Hello, everyone. Good morning, wherever you are. Joy, Olusae, I don't know the person. Sheyi, I know. I don't know Abudu. And
Good morning,
Oga
Jacob.
Agi. Good morning. Nice to see your face. All right, I know. So, Mr. Agiri, what is the drill? I don't know who is going to be are you the one that will control the pitch, the presentation, or is it someone else? Mr. Agiri, can you hear me? I just want to make sure there's coordination. Okay.
Good day. Chairman and ESCO of Canada. But Yomi Agiri, can you hear me?
Which improves skin's appearance over time.
I can hear you, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure. Good morning, everyone, and maybe I should just say good day. Well done. I don't think the chairman is on this call yet. Sheyi, how are you? NT, good evening from your side. How are you?
I'm fine.
And good day, everyone. I hope you got home early yesterday.
Yes. All right. Let's talk galactic. Okay.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Auntie. How are you? We can hear you.
Okay. Good evening. Oh,
Good.
it's morning in your people's side. Good
Yes,
morning.
so it's morning here.
Okay. Good morning. It's evening here.
Okay.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning, sir. Jacob, how are you? Well done.
I am fine, ma. Good morning, ma. Good morning, Madam Igbuonu. I hope I said that correctly. Oh, good evening. I guess you are joining from Nigeria.
No, just do your good morning. I'm comfortable with it.
Okay, ma. Okay. And good morning, Madam VP. So I think you are here with us. So
yes, I am. I've been here for the past 1 week, enjoying the environment, and you guys have been keeping us very busy, myself and the registrar. It's been a roller coaster of events and hostings and attention and care. We're overwhelmed. Thank you.
We are glad to hear that we are performing. I guess by the time you rate us 1 to 10, you give us maybe 11 overpass.
In fact, I should give you 15 overpass.
Thank you. That's a good job our chairman is doing and the rest, and our IPC and the secretary. We're glad you feel
the chairman, the IPC, Yomi Agiri, they've not given us 1 minute break to rest. It's been fun and care and attention. Thank you.
All right, good to hear that. I got you are having a blast. Good. And hope our weather, Uncle. Hope our weather is not too cold for you. Our cold
we are Nigeria now. We are coping. It's not. They told me it has not started anyway. So
no, that's
I want to agree
this
with
one is just from the iceberg.
Anytime we say, "Oh, it's cold," they say, "And it has not started." So I'm in a hurry to leave before it starts.
Oh, that's good to know. We are planning to start on time, and I'm just looking out to see, as I see on the screen, who are joining, and let me just check.
I don't know who has the background. Maybe the person can share, so we can also put that up on our own virtual distance. The virtual background you have.
Okay, I will leave that. I think Mr. Gray, let me contact him. He has it. Let me just text him. I'm texting him now. Okay, I've just sent him a message. So I believe he has your number.
Yes, sure. It will be taken care of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam VP, good morning.
Good morning, C. How are you? I hope you rested
I'm fine,
well.
thank
Good
you.
morning.
Yes, and you too?
I did. Thank you.
I see Sachi, thank you for joining.
Hello, thank you, Jacob.
Good morning.
Okay. How's everybody doing? I'm going to put my camera on.
Yes.
All right. Nice to see everybody.
Thank you. We have people joining, and we have quite a number of people ready on the call. So
Great.
in 2 minutes, we will start. Joy, did you raise your hand?
Yes, I was just, good morning, everybody. Good to be online. I was just curious to find out, are we required to put our camera on all through, because I will be going to work in the next 2 hours and I might not have my camera on, but I might have an earpiece on to listen. So how can that be managed?
It's an individual choice. If you want to leave our cameras, our videos on, fine. If no,
Okay. Okay.
that's
All right.
fine.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. It's 10 o'clock and we have people joining. And I think we want to keep to time because we have a lot of moving parts. And let me say good morning, good day, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in a different part of the world. Thank you. My name is Jacob Karimo. I'm your host for today. What I wanted to do before was to say bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Jacob Karimo. Je vous souhaite la bienvenue à cette conférence. Don't worry, I'm not speaking French today. I'll speak to English. So just wanted to make everybody feel a little bit comfortable. So it will be in English, not in French. And I thought I should say welcome to everyone. And we have a lot of people on the call, on the Zoom this morning. And thank you for our speakers and panelists who have joined and all the efforts put together to make this a reality today. This is our second annual conference of the CIPM Canada branch. As I said, my name is Jacob Karimo, and I'll be your MC or host all through the program. So to start, before we then get to all other protocols that we need to follow, I would like us to start with the national anthem of Nigeria and that of Canada. But before we do that, sorry, please, before we do that, let me take you back. I'm sorry. Can we go back to that initial page? So I forgot to focus on the theme, which is empowering people's strategy in the age of AI, balancing innovation, skills, and inclusion. That is the theme of our second annual conference. And this is very apt. As we all know, AI is in the news, in everything we do now, every aspect, every discussion. I don't think there's any discussion I have in a day or I hear that people don't talk about AI. Even the federal government in Canada has a ministry for AI. There's a budget for them for AI. They want to apply. So it means that AI has come to stay. So how are we going to use that to empower people when it comes to making people strategy? That is what today's conference is going to be about. So now let's get to it and start with the national anthem of Nigeria, then that of Canada. Is it coming up? We cannot hear it. We cannot hear the sound. If you're sharing, you need to share your sound.
I think you'll sing it.
No, we cannot hear it. Thank you very much for that. Now let's take that of Canada. Thank you very much, our tech team. I know it's always not easy. Technology always have its own mind of doing things, of flopping you when you expect it to perform for you. But even at that, we were able to get it right. Thank you very much. So with that said, all right. Okay. All right. Okay, good. Thank you for that. So with that, we need to move on to land acknowledgement, as is always done as a culture and tradition in Canada. I call on Seyi Tolu Boluwatishe, our GenSec for Canada branch, to take us through the land acknowledgement. Seyi, you have the mic.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, we know this is a virtual meeting, but we would like to acknowledge that the land we're meeting on. Just a second, please. Tech is actually doing.
Can you see the screen? It's on the screen, Jay.
Okay, all right. We acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Hundusini, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of Credit. Why do we do land acknowledgements? Land acknowledgements are common practice in Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and certain parts of the United States of America, and are a signal of our past, present, and future commitments to reconciliation. This refers to the commitment to establishing and maintaining a mutually respectful relationship with Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples, settlers globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Seyi. I appreciate that. Thank you. So right now we move along to check the code of conduct. And for our colleagues from other organizations, HRPA, it is the culture or practice in CIPM, Nigeria, that for every event that we conduct, we go through the CIPM code of conduct, helps to remind us what we're required to do as HR people and the responsibilities that we have and the role that we play in ensuring the sanctity of that responsibility, of that role or responsibility on us as human resources leaders or practitioners. So to do this for us, to take us through the code of conduct, we invite our registrar, Registrar and Chief Executive, Mrs. Oluwatoyi Naiwo, FCIPM, to take us through that.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, should I say good day? Because I'm within Canada, so that's why I'm saying good morning. But if I was in Nigeria, I'll be saying good afternoon, or anywhere else in the world, I would say good day. So good day, everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Loud and clear, man.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, our dear Canada branch. I have to start off with saying that's for your warm hospitality in the time or in the week that we have spent with you. It's been such a great time, and I think I speak on behalf of myself and the Vice President of the Institute, Mrs. Chidima Obejesi, FCIPM, to say very huge thanks to our EXCO of the Canada branch, CIPM Canada branch, and all members of the Conference Planning Committee for your warm hospitality. And I think I needed to start with that so that when I come back or when we come back, we would get the same kind of reception and even greater. Thank you very much. The President and Chairman of the Governing Council, Mallam Ahmed, Ladan, Gobir, FCIPM, FNLI. The Vice President, Mrs. Chidima Obiejesi, FCIPM. The National Treasurer, Mrs. Ogochukwu Egbonu, FCIPM, who is also ably representing the President and Chairman of the Governing Council at the conference today. Elected council members present on this call, distinguished fellows of the Institute, members of the Governing Council, all members of the Canada branch, but I have to actually celebrate and congratulate especially the chairman of the branch, Dr. Ayo Adeyemi, and the other ESCOs as well, and the Conference Planning Committee chairman, all members of the branch, all members of CIPM joining this call, wherever you're joining, are fellows of the Institute. Good morning once again, and welcome to the second conference, annual conference of the Canada branch, themed Empowering People's Strategy in the Age of AI, Balancing Innovation, Skills, and Inclusion. Welcome once again. Congratulations to the CIPM Canada branch. I think you deserve a round of applause for this, and thank you for putting this together once again. And thank you for being committed and dedicated to the growth and development of the Institute. We celebrate you. At this point, I would ask that we all please rise as we take the Institute's Code of Conduct. And if you're a member of CIPM, you'd know what to do. You follow the drill. And when we get to I, you insert your name and your membership grade. Is that okay? So if I could have a couple of people unmute themselves so I could know I'm being followed, and then you'd recite after me. Thank you very much. So would I have a couple of people recite after me, please?
Yeah, please.
Okay, Code of Conduct. The Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria.
The Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria.
As the apex regulatory body for human resource management in Nigeria.
As the apex regulatory body for human resource management in Nigeria.
Is committed to the highest possible standards.
Is committed to the highest possible standards
of professional conduct. And competency among its members. Therefore, as a member of the Institute, I.
Therefore,
as a member of the
CIPM,
pledge that I shall at all times carry out my duties and responsibilities with integrity and diligence. Demonstrate competence and ethical behavior. In all my business. Professional and personal activities. Respect the laws of the land. Promote, encourage, and emplace acceptable processes.
Acceptable processes
and procedures.
And procedures in the practice of human resource management.
And procedures in human resource management.
Within my sphere of influence. Endeavor to make personal decisions. After considering all options. of which resignation may be one.
Of
which
which
resignation may be one.
In defense of this code of conduct.
In defense
of
of
this
this
code of conduct.
Where there are conflicts.
Where there are conflicts.
Between my professional obligations.
Between my professional obligations.
And the expectations of my job roles.
And the expectations of my job roles.
So help me God.
So help me God.
May God.
Amen.
I just have to say, I acknowledge as well, I think I omitted, the immediate past president, Mr. Olusegun, FCIPM, FNLI in the protocols. So my IPP, you're duly acknowledged. Thank you. Over to you, MC. Thank you very much for having us. Over to you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. And thank you everyone for supporting. All right. So there'll be a bit of tweak in the program. We are bringing in another, before we get to the welcome address of the chairman, we'd like to invite the vice president, CIPM, to give a goodwill message, Madam Chidima Obiejesi, FCIPM. Over to you, madam.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator. Jacob Cameron. You called me?
Yes. Okay. I got the note that you are giving a goodwill message, and that is why I called on you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you once more, Madam CE, for that code of conduct. I would just like to use this opportunity to wish our Canada branch ESCO, chairman, and every member logged on here, and those that are even unable to log on, congratulations. I want to say thank you for all you do. It's amazing to see what you've been able to achieve these past years. Thank you and congratulations. The registrar had already thanked you, but I'm actually particularly excited by the amazing things you have been able to do and to achieve this year's. Can you hear me? Confirm. This year's conference stands out for me.
Yeah,
for several. Okay, that's fine. This year's conference stands out for me, and that's for several reasons. One is that it coincides with the HR Exchange conference, which has given us the unique opportunity to be here physically, to interact with the team, to also engage with you. And it's been amazing this past 1 week. Thank you so much. But it also stands out because of the relevance of its topic, the theme of this conference, which states that empowering people's strategy in the age of AI, balancing innovation, skills, and inclusion. In this era of rapid technological change, HR stands at a crucial crossroad. Our mission isn't just about managing change, it is about leading it. The rise of AI gives us a unique and unprecedented tools for innovation. But at the heart of our strategy must remain one thing, and that is our people. That is very critical. The true challenge and the profound opportunity lies in achieving the perfect balance between those three: innovation, skills, and inclusion. Innovation that is geared towards embracing AI tools to streamline processes and unlock our productivity. Skills, investing in continuous learning and reskilling to ensure that our workforce and even ourselves are future ready, collaborating effectively with technology. Inclusion in ensuring that AI-driven change is equitable and that technology serves to amplify rather than diminish the diversity of human potential across our organization. The balance is what transforms a good HR strategy into a great future-proof one. As we dive into today's discussions, I encourage us to keep in mind the wisdom of Peter Drucker. The greatest danger in times of turbulence is not the turbulence, it is in acting with yesterday's topic. My dear colleagues, let us use today's opportunity to discuss how to break free from yesterday's logic, bravely charting a course where AI and human potentials don't compete, but truly collaborate for more inclusion and innovative future. I wish us all a productive and insightful discussion at this event. Please let us enjoy. Let us please listen. Let us sit back, learn, unlearn, and relearn, even as we continue with this event. Thank you very much, my chairman, for the opportunity of this goodwill message. And I look forward, I'm here all through, listening and looking forward to learning and taking very copious notes that will be applied in our various places of work. Thank you very much, everyone, and over to you, our moderator. God bless you.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we please show appreciation with a virtual round of applause for her, please? Thank you very much. I appreciate that intro, the goodwill message that you brought for us. And we're glad that you're enjoying your time here. We have not disappointed you. We have raised the bar and we're going to keep it. We're not going to bring it down. That we can give you the assurance. All right. Time to move along to the welcome address of our chairman, CIPM Canada branch, Dr. Ayo Adeyemi. You have the microphone.
Thank you, our amiable MC, JKK, for the wonderful job you are doing. Good day, beautiful day to everyone, wherever you are. It's amazing to have you all on this call. We are happy that the day is here, and we are so glad to have each and every one of you. I'm tempted to skip my speech and just say a few things because I know we have our speakers and a lot of people can't wait to start listening to them, but because it's essential, so just pardon me, I'll try to speed up and see how much of time we can save more in this process. So I will start by saying the President and Chairman of the Governing Council, Mallam Ahmed, Ladan, Gobir, FCIPM, FNLI, our amiable Vice President, Mrs. Chidima Obejezi, FCIPM, National Treasurer, Mrs. Ogechukwu Ebuchunu, FCIPM, the Registrar and CE, Mrs. Oluwatoyin Naiwo, FCIPM, our immediate past President, Mr. Olusegun Mojid, FCIPM, FNLI, the man that started it all, esteemed elected and other governing council member on the call. We highly appreciate each and every one of you. Pardon me for time. I may not be able to call each of you's name. Distinguished fellow of our institute. And more importantly, I also want to acknowledge our colleagues from the HRPA and CPHR. I'm a member of CPHR, and soon on my way to HRPA, so I must distinctly acknowledge you. I can see a few of you, and some of them are also our guest speaker. We indeed appreciate you for joining us. Our resourceful keynote speakers, our guest speakers, the moderators, each of you are highly respected, and our esteemed panelists. My colleagues and highly celebrated executive member of the branch, you are highly celebrated. And also we want to acknowledge immediate past chairman of the branch and highly resourceful conference chairman. I also acknowledge you and other members of the planning committee. Each of you are highly recognized. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, again, this is the day we have all been waiting for. It's our second annual public lecture. Like I said, I will skip my speech, and I just want to thank each and every one of you. I want to appeal that you pay attention, take recordings, and again, follow us on our social media to share some of those points that probably hit you or you feel that really need to be emphasized. Today is going to be another beginning for us entirely in terms of the knowledge we are going to acquire today. We have highly resourceful people that you cannot get it better in Harvard, even though Harvard is a standard, right? So I can bet you they are really ready to download, to really empower us. And I'm sure after this conference, let me know, say the way the pastor say, but I know that something new is going to happen from your learnings and how you're also going to approach some of this topic. And again, for me, I think our conference really seems to synchronize with what was done at the ICE, and more importantly, just the recently concluded HR exchange. If you look at all of the topic and themes, it looks like they are all synchronized. And there's something that's happening that is coming up. And that is why I want to appeal to us as professionals, as HR practitioners, to really pay attention to this discussion that we are having across these various forums. And I can tell you that today is going to be another, ball game for us. Thank you so much for your time. We will get to converse more. My speech is in the brochure, and I know everybody have it, so I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you and have a good day. So I give you back the mic, Mr. MC. Thank you.
Thank you, our able chairman. Thank you very much. I appreciate your being magnanimous and giving part of your time back, because we have to be on track. Yes, and we're happy for that. For HR, we do things right. And I'm glad that we're doing well. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that encouragement you've given all of us and effort, your leadership to making sure this became a success. So now, I don't think we can get things going as a branch of CIPM if we don't hear from our president. Now, due to circumstances beyond our control, we wanted to have our president and chairman of governing council. We wanted to have him on ground, but I'm talking about Mallam Ahmed, Ladan, Gobir, FCIPM, FNLI. We wanted to have him on ground, but circumstances did not permit. Nonetheless, we're not going to miss his speech that he has for us. So he has asked, and correct me if I'm wrong in this one, that's a note I have. He has asked our national treasurer, Madam Ogochukwu Egbuonu, FCIPM, to deliver his speech on his behalf for us. So I call on you, Madam Ogochukwu Egbuonu, National Treasurer, FCIPM, for CIPM.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and good evening to those of us joining from Nigeria. Please, are you hearing me?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
yes,
thank you so much. I just needed to confirm that before I deliver the president's speech. In fact, I almost wanted to toe the line of our branch chairman, the Canada branch chairman, Dr. Ayode. I wanted to also say maybe this speech too we should just step it down. But then it's coming from the president, so it has to be taken, so that we can also help with our time. Thank you so much, and thank you, our MC, for not sharing your background with us, so that we can also feel the Canada vibe. Okay, thank you so well. But then I think you just accept the background you have been, sharing with it. We didn't get this, so just accept it from us. So congratulations, and let me just deliver the president's speech. Just like our MC rightly pointed out, he's unavoidably absent. And I'm sure maybe before this meeting, before we are done with this, he may pop in to say a word to us. But he has requested that I deliver his speech to the House this morning. And so my name is Ogochukwu Egbuonu, FCIPM. So I'll be doing the speech by the President and Chairman of the Governing Council of CIPM, Mallam Ahmed Ladan Gobir, FCIPM, FNLI, at the second annual conference of Canada branch, with the theme, Empowering People's Strategy in the Age of AI, Balancing Innovation, Skills, and Inclusion. Our Vice President, Mrs. Chidimo Obiejesi, FCIPM, our National Treasurer, Mrs. Ogochukwu Egbuonu, FCIPM, our Registrar / Chief Executive, Ms. Oluwatoyin Naiwo, FCIPM, the immediate past President, Mr. Olusegun Mojeed, FCIPM, FNLI, elected council members and esteemed members of the Governing Council, distinguished fellows of CIPM, our keynote speakers and panelists, esteemed members of our great institutes, members of the press, other distinguished guests present here, ladies and gentlemen. There are moments of history when humanity stands at a defining crossroads, when technology, society, and human purpose intersect to reshape the very fabric of work and life. Today, we find ourselves at such a moment. The rise of artificial intelligence is transforming how we live, learn, and lead. And in this transformation lies both immense promise and profound responsibility. I am deeply honored to join you at this second annual conference of the CIPM Canada branch, a platform that continues to demonstrate the strength of our global community, united by one purpose: advancing people, transforming organizations, and building a more human future of work. Let me commend the leadership of our Canada branch for their vision and consistency in sustaining this global conversation. Each time you gather under the banner of CIPM, you reaffirm our shared commitment to shaping the world of work, not as passive observers, but as active architects of its future. The age of artificial intelligence is upon us. Across industries and continents, algorithms are predicting, machines are learning, and automation is accelerating productivity at such a scale once unimaginable. Yes, amidst all this progress, one truth remains constant. People remain the irreplaceable heartbeat of every enterprise. According to the World Economic Forum 2025, Future of Job Report, by the year 2030, the global labor market will create about 170 million new jobs, even as 92 million roles are displaced, yielding a net gain of 78 million new opportunities worldwide. But alongside this optimism comes a reality check. Nearly 39% of the core skills the workers rely on today will either change or become obsolete within the next 5 years. This is a reminder that the promise of technology is not automatically inclusive. These figures underscore why an empowering people strategy is not merely an HR priority, it is an economic imperative. The theme of this year's conference, Empowering People Strategy in the Age of AI, Balancing Innovation, Skills, and Inclusion, is indeed very profound. Empowerment in the context means preparing our people to see AI not as a threat, but as an ally. It means creating work environments where technology amplifies, not replaces, human potential. The organizations that will thrive tomorrow are those that invest today in cultivating digitally fluent, emotionally intelligent, and ethically grounded people. Innovation is the lifeblood of progress, but it is not merely about deploying new tools. True innovation is human-driven. It emerges when people are inspired, supported, and trusted to create. AI can automate tasks, but only people can imagine possibilities. As HR leaders, we must build cultures that nurture curiosity, reward experimentation, and celebrate creative failure as much as success. Skills have become the new global currency, yet their value depreciates faster than ever. What we learn today may be outdated tomorrow. Hence, continuous learning must move from being an initiative to being an organizational mindset. Every company must evolve into a learning ecosystem where reskilling and upskilling are embedded in daily life. The HR professional of the future is not just a talent manager, but a capability architect. And then inclusion The future of work must be human-centered and equitable. AI will only fulfill its promise when it is built and deployed inclusively, giving equal access to women, young people, the strategic advantage that drives innovation, resilience, and trust. As custodians of people and culture, we stand at the intersection of humanity and technology. We are the bridge between innovation and ethics, between automation and empathy. Our task is clear: to ensure that as machines become smarter, our people become wiser. Shaping corporate strategies where efficiency is not achieved at the expense of dignity and progress does not come at the cost of purpose. At the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, we continue to lead this conversation through research, advocacy, and professional development that prepare our members for the realities of the fourth industrial revolution. Our vision is to produce HR professionals who can thrive anywhere in the world. Professionals who understand that while technology may drive the future, it is people who define it. And our global branches, especially this vibrant Canada branch, please, let's just clap for Canada branch, especially this vibrant Canada branch. And I'm telling you, Canada is vibrant, are vital partners in achieving that vision. You are helping to amplify the Nigerian HR voice on the international stage, ensuring that Africa is not merely consuming technology, but also shaping the ethical, inclusive use of it. As we all deliberate, let us move beyond awareness to action. The question is no longer whether AI will redefine work. It already has. The real question is, how will we redefine leadership, learning, and inclusion in response? Let us commit to designing organizations that are technologically advanced, but deeply human. Let us champion people's strategies that turn disruption into opportunity. And let us remember that the greatest innovation of all is not artificial intelligence. It is human intelligence. This is our moment to lead boldly, to think differently, and to act with empathy. The world is watching how we, the stewards of people and performance, will shape the next era of work. Congratulations once again to the leadership of the CIPM Canada branch for this inspiring initiative. May this conference ignite new ideas, forge stronger collaborations, and remind us that the future of work is not a distant horizon. It is being written right here by us. Together, let us continue to reimagine the world of work, one woman at a time. Thank you. God bless the CIPM. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And remember, as CIPM, we deliver value through people. Mallam, Ahmed, Ladan, Gobir, FCIPM, FNLI, President and Chairman of the Governing Council, Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Round of applause. Thank you, Madam Adeleye-Olusae, our National Treasurer, FCIPM, and for helping us to deliver our President, Chairman of Governing Council, Mallam, Ahmed, Ladan, Gobir, FCIPM, FNLI's message. That was a resounding speech. We got all the points. I took some notes there that we need to reskill and upskill. We need to be capabilities architect. As HR people, need to be human-centered with inclusion. And most of it all, we define technology. AI is coming, it's going to reshape things, but we define it. So that's what we look forward to today. Thank you very much, Madam. Very much appreciated. All right, then with that, with the tone, with that set for us. So what we want to look forward to do right now is to start to get into our keynote address. So can we have the slide on for to introduce our keynote speaker? The first one we're going to have two keynote addresses today, and the first one will be delivered by our own HRPA, Sachi Kittur. Correct? Forgive me, Sachi, if I mispronounce your last name, right? But I tell you, I practiced very hard. I tried. But if I got it wrong, please just
You got it right. It's all good. All good. You did great.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So Sachi is the VP of Human Experience and Innovation with HRPA. And I will invite you to look at her in the brochure, to look at her her profile, and she'll be speaking to us on the topic, building future-ready workforces in the age of AI. Building future-ready workforces in the future of AI. And just an intro, a little bit of point into Sachi's profile. I'll let you read it on page 25, but I can tell you that right now, she leads the reimagination of member journey and cultural transformation with HRPA. She currently advises private equity firms and sits on the board of Pender and Howie. And she is a trusted voice for HR leaders looking to imagine the role of people and culture in the tech-enabled world. So see, she is the right person for this topic. So, Sachi, take it away.
Thank you, Jacob. Thank you so much. Everyone can hear me? I'm going to do a quick sound check. Okay. So excited to be here. Wow, that president's message, I was actually making notes because I think it just so beautifully sums up where we are headed. And I'm hopefully going to be able to give you guys a couple of nuggets from my lens as someone who has been front and center navigating. Oh, I think did my camera just go off? Okay, perfect. Oh, you want to start my video? Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what's going on. Ah, there you go. I'm back. Okay, so building future-ready workforces in the age of AI. I mean, listen, you guys have had a pretty, it sounds like a kickoff to this topic earlier this week. And I think for me, whenever people talk about the future of work, this is what I keep hearing. And I think we have an opportunity to actually change this narrative. And the question that usually comes up is, will AI actually replace us? And I think we're actually asking the wrong question. And I think the real question is, AI is here. How are we going to partner with AI? How are we going to augment cultures? How are we going to amplify performance? So, because really the future of work, and I think I heard this in the president's note as well, the future of work isn't humans versus AI. It's actually humans partnering with AI. And the organizations that will win aren't the ones chasing the latest tools. They're actually reimagining what that partnership could look like and what that allyship can look like. So without further ado, I'm going to jump right in. So, you know, we're all human leaders. So I figured, you know what, let me tell you a little bit about the human in Sachi. You know, you guys, I got the professional side. So I have African roots. There's no way I was coming on this call and not giving a call out to that. I was born in Uganda, grew up in Ottawa, and like many immigrant stories, learned resilience before it was really a buzzword. And so I went to business school, moved to Toronto, and I had this really exciting HR job of hiring employees to make Mars chocolate bars. Yeah, that was something else. Shift workers, you know, 24/7. I ate a lot of chocolates that year. So that's kind of where I started. But when the Y2K started, this is going into obviously late 1999, 2000, I really had this opportunity to embrace tech. And that was kind of the springboard of me jumping into tech. And my secret sauce became I started to scale hyper growth teams Hypergrowth wasn't even a word then, but 0 employees to 200 employees within a year, right? That's what tech was. That's what tech has been. I think that's slowing down a little bit. 5 years ago, I actually took a detour into food. This was my side hustle. Founded a brand called Sachi, Chili Crunch Condiment here in Canada. We grew it to 500 stores. CPG is so tough. I survived the jungle. I call it the jungle. So here I am today at HRPA, and with the official title of Human Experience, which is people, but I also have a really other unique role, which is innovation, product. At HRPA, as you know, we have 25,000 members that are HR professionals. So what's the innovation? What does that product roadmap need to look like in order for us to bring value? So I'm so fortunate to have an opportunity to do that. And of course, like many of us at this stage in life, I am a mom to 2 incredible adult daughters. I call, our pets our 2 furry chaos agents. Turned my house upside down. I was OCD until I got these 2 little pets. And really, I'm also a diehard foodie, which shouldn't be a surprise. Believe curry and spices can solve any problem in the world. So a little bit about me. Jumping right in, there's an inflection point that's happening. The biggest transformation in our workplace, it's actually not technology. And I actually heard this in the president's speech. It's actually emotional. It's people. People are rethinking what work means. Leaders are rethinking how do I inspire trust and purpose in this world of where change is happening faster than we can keep up with. And so we're facing not a technology revolution, but it's actually a human revolution. And the transformation is rooted in emotions such as trust, purpose, and clarity. And that's the path that we're going down. And as HR leaders, if we can start to change the narrative in our head, it's not technology, it's actually a human revolution. I think our impact is going to be that much more. So quite often, I hear about, I'm just going to make sure I'm managing my slides. Okay, it's the right side. So many organizations are really reacting, and I see this all the time. They're reacting to AI as if it's some big tsunami, it's a storm, it's a weather system. But really, we actually need to change the narrative, and it's like storms come and go and pass. So it really implies that it's reactive and we're waiting for something to come and then leave. And the way we need to look at AI is really, it's a climate shift. It's reshaping, it's a shift that's reshaping the, if I stick to some of the weather words, the atmospheric environment of work. AI isn't an external event. It's just a new layer that we're now putting onto our businesses. And it's role agnostic, industry agnostic. You can be a new grad, you can be the CEO and everyone in between, and it's affecting every single person in the workplace. So from preparation to design, the future really belongs to the leaders who are going to stop preparing for AI, and they're going to actually start designing and rethinking how humans, data, technology, how we all co-create together. And that means the key insight I put at the bottom is designing flexible, skill-based structure that adapt quickly to technology, change, and evolving workforce needs. I often say, job descriptions are actually going to become obsolete. I don't think we're going to be going to LinkedIn and Indeed and the job boards and actually posting for jobs. We're going to be actually posting for skills. And this whole mindset of skills-based transformation, I think as HR leaders, we have such a unique opportunity to lead that shift internally in our organizations. So at HRPA, some of my friends at CIPM know Jody, our CEO, and our CEO is very bullish on one thing, and it's team one mindset in our daily behaviors. And while it may seem odd to think of AI in this way, I think this is exactly the the mindset that we actually need to embrace now. So when we talk about AI, I like to think of less as a replacement and more as like a teammate. So AI is not coming in to do certain parts of my job. It's like a colleague. They've got specialized skills and I've got skills, and we're going to work together. And as we know, technology, machines, AI, what it's really good at is actually finding patterns. But we as humans are going to bring the meaning, the context, the judgment, the trust, and that's not going to be replaced by AI. So the challenge for all of us with the time, I challenge all of us on this. And with AI, hopefully we're all going to get more efficient. We're going to get a little bit more time. Does that extra AI give us time and opportunity to apply some of the extra time into coaching conversations, innovating a new product idea, coming up with some new way of solving a problem? Or are we just going to default to more meetings in our calendar? And that is my concern, that we're going to get all this time, but are we going to be intentional with how we're repurposing some of the time savings that we're going to see? So, redefining our skills from technical to human capabilities. So we all know on the left-hand side, we've got, all of our technical skills. Some of us have specialty skills around payroll, benefits. You've got programming, you've got data. Of course, AI literacy is a skill. It is a technical skill. And then on the right, you've got human capability, which is really all of our soft skills that I talked about, the curiosity, the ethical judgment. I think that came up earlier, the ability to be compassionate, to be supportive. And I think if you look at technical skills and human capability skills, they come together and we actually get to redefine what that means. And that intersection is where technology actually meets humanity and where AI has the ability to amplify what humans do best. And what do we do best? It's all the human capabilities that I shared on the right. So skill-based work is the new norm, but the real advantage actually won't come from learning to code or learning to, expanding your digital skills. It'll actually come from mastering curiosity, adaptability, and making sure that the curiosity and adaptability is wrapped around an ethical code of conduct. And the next decade, I get people asking me all the time. They're like, Sachi, my kids are graduating, or somebody's heading into the job market. What skill do you look for? And it's really quite simple. The next decade belongs to the most adaptable learners. If you can pivot, if you can adapt, just because things have been done a certain way, it doesn't mean that that's the best way today. So you have to be constantly able to pivot and do the work, and pivot and do the work. And that to me is, I often say, that's the superpower of the future. So trust is the new productivity. So yes, we know trust is at the center of all, great cultures, great leaderships. We talk about it so much. I hear it all the time. But I also believe it's the most important value and skill age of AI and the transformation. When technology, I don't know if you guys have had experiences, you implement a new technology and, sometimes things go off the rails. It happens all the time. I came from the software world. But I always say, it's not the technology that's failing when things don't go right. It's actually the trust and the collaboration that failed. And so we need to always be transparent. As I said, trust is a new currency of productivity. And if you go back to Deloitte in 2024, organizations that led with human transparency and collaboration, I'm going to give you a real life example of what we did at HRPA, AI implementation, embracing AI goes up significantly. And so this is how we need to lead, and this is how we need to embrace. And so just to double click on that for a second, At HRPA, we're just like your organizations, we were trying to decide, we've got to introduce AI. Who's actually running it? Who owns it? And we took a step back and we actually said, nobody owns it, everybody owns it. And the way we started with that is we brought our leaders into a room, all of our people managers, anybody that had a team came into the room, and we said, hey guys, listen, we're all going to do upskilling. We actually want you guys to be the ambassadors and guide our teams through AI literacy and understanding of what makes the most sense. And I kid you not, everybody in the room, they were just elated that we trusted them, we went to them. It wasn't an HR initiative, it wasn't an IT initiative, it was actually a leadership initiative. And so we met every week for a month, got everybody up to speed. What are the guardrails? What are the ethics we want to navigate? And today, our leaders are all leading AI. I have nothing to do with it. They're running with it. We've got Google AI Fundamentals platform that has courses, and they come to us for support, but they are owning it, and that is so, so important. Transparency is the antidote of fear. Let's call a spade a spade. People don't fear AI. They're actually fearing being left out. I'm not tech literate. Are they going to actually think of me? Am I going to be able to kind of learn? And I think when leaders openly share how and why AI is being used, it kind of takes that angst and anxiety and it actually turns it into curiosity. And that is when the impact and innovation is actually going to start. And then we talked about this, I think, in the opening remarks. Ethical AI governance has to start with care, not compliance. Companies getting it right, it's not just policies, it's actually principles and values and a moral compass that they're promoting and using. So employees have to be a part of that process. So at HRPA, I'm just going to touch on this very briefly. At HRPA, next year, I'm going to have to completely redesign our dashboard and metrics, headcount, attrition, employee engagement, time to fill a role, leadership, internal promotions, these are telling us what happened. But what's really going to drive the performance in the AI world is how people are feeling as we get to those results, the trust, the inclusion, the clarity, and the energy. So are we creating a psychologically safe environment? Does everybody actually feel like their voice matters and heard regardless of their role? Do teams understand the vision? This is a real clarity. A lot of times when employees are not performing or they're not able to really have an impact, it's because they actually don't understand. We have not given clarity on their roles and how it impacts and moves the needle on the business. And then are people energized by their work? Are they, what kind of energy do they bring? So I think we have to redefine success with human experience metrics that measures what matters. And the experience, in my opinion, human experience, which is our new department name at HRPA, the human experience then actually becomes strategy. So from busy work to better work. Listen, the picture on the left, that's been my career for the last 30 years, I feel. Endless tasks, zero time to think. We're reacting instead of actually connecting more intentionally. Leaders managing outputs and performance, it's actually versus people. And I have to tell you, all the years that I've been in my role, the number one complaint I get from employees is, Sachi, my manager cancels my one-on-one. Sachi, I sent my manager an email and they actually haven't had a chance to get back to me. That is not okay. And I think when we redesign work on the far right, if AI can actually handle all the noise and all the things that kind of maybe a bit more redundant, it does where the human judgment doesn't actually matter. I think leaders have more time. We have an opportunity to actually coach more. We don't have to chase. Culture grows, and employees thrive through clarity and connection. So the real opportunity here is let's use AI to create a space for actually deeper, authentic human connection and really stepping up our leadership in the organization. So I talk about this a lot, everyone's, Sachi, AI, what's going to happen? How do will AI, start terminating employees? Like I've had all sorts of really interesting conversations. And we cannot automate empathy and outsource humanity. And that is a reality. No technology, no computer, no bot can do that. So we have to build systems where people and technology are thriving together. And the organizations that will lead in the age of AI are the people that are going to make people feel the most human while using it. Think about that. AI is coming our way. We're all doubling down. But as leaders, if we can make our employees feel even more human despite AI, that to me is something really, really magical. And so we have an opportunity to lead with intention, design with care, build systems where people, technology all thrive together. And, when we talk about the future of work, it's so easy to default to, okay, let's get this technology to solve this problem and let's get a new platform and new tools. But the real opportunity isn't in what we automate. It's actually what we're amplifying on the human side when we automate. And so that is something I encourage everybody here to rethink and think about how they're going to the mindset with which they're going to embrace AI. All right, so 3 things that you can do starting today, or actually maybe Monday, it's a Saturday. So 3 things that you can do. As people leaders, business leaders, people champions, I think you have an opportunity to champion not just AI literacy, not as a technical skill, but as a leadership mindset based on some of the things I've shared. I'm sure you've touched on this sort of mindset shift over the course of the conference. And I'd encourage you guys, everybody here, to be that champion. Don't wait for your CEO. Don't wait for somebody from technology team to come to you. You can champion it. You can define what it means in your organization. The next thing you can do is get your teams actually experimenting. Even if somebody is a little intimidated by AI, doesn't understand it, baby steps. Encourage leaders to learn, to test, to iterate with AI tools. And this isn't HR's job, just to be clear. It's actually every single person's job in the organization. So when you go back and you speak to your leaders, make sure they know this is not, you're here to actually guide them and support them. It's actually their job to make sure that AI literacy, balancing that with some of the human skills, it's actually their job to make sure. And at the HR Exchange, I think it was mentioned earlier, HRPA brought together 300 HR executives, CEOs, CFOs, CTOs from Canadian businesses, and we got in a room and we actually talked about this. And one thing that stood out for me is the question was asked: does your chief people officer own AI strategy, or is it your CIO? And the question was both. And the answer was both. So go partner with your CIO, CTO, director of IT, ask questions, ask them how they're approaching it, ask them if you can be part of their meetings, learn together. The real AI advantage will come from CHROs and CIOs who are building the strategy side by side. So the future of work isn't about replacing people with machines. As I wrap up, I think there's an opportunity for us to reimagine what people can do when AI and technology works with us, partners with us. We're working in tandem. It's about leveraging AI tools to amplify our impact and performance across the organization. And that definition is going to be different depending if you're HR, marketing, finance. The way we leverage AI, the way AI really amplifies our performance is going to look slightly different. But I think we have an opportunity to bring that balancing act and not look at tech to replace or to create efficiencies. Really what it's doing is it's actually amplifying our performance in the organization. So thank you so much. I think I hit I think I had 24 minutes and I'm at 23 minutes and 30 seconds. So thank you so much. Any questions? If anybody has any questions, I don't know if we have time in the chat. Or I encourage you to reach out to me. Okay, perfect.
Yes, we have questions for you, but I want to first of all want to say thank you. Please, can you all give Sachi a round of applause, please?
Thank you.
Thank you, Sachi. Thank you for coming here to take us through this. This is very encouraging, upbuilding, value adding, and eye-opening. Thank you very much, Sachi.
My pleasure. My
And
pleasure.
I took note too, because of time, I won't go through all the notes but I think one stood out for me, which is, two, the first thing you said was, we're asking the wrong question. I agree with you. The wrong question, will I take away my job? The question should be, how can I use AI to improve my job? Not me worrying if AI will take away my job. And the second point is that AI amplifies what humans do best. And I agree with you on that. So thank you for that. Now, we have time for questions, but I will ask you the first question. I have a question here in the chat. And my question to you is, so as individuals on this call, all of us who are HR experts, HR leaders, what practical steps should we all be taking? Because our organizations at different levels are adopting AI, but then in anticipation of that, what practical steps should we all be taking to help us build AI readiness capabilities?
Yeah. The first thing I'd say is I'm on LinkedIn a fair bit, and I have to say, I wish I had more hours in the day because there's a lot of really, really relevant webinars, conversations happening, leaders, thought leaders in the space who are willing to share their information. So I would actually do a quick scrape on LinkedIn around HR and AI and how do you start, but if it was me starting, I think I would start with going into the organization and finding somebody that actually very naturally is an ambassador. They do this on their spare time. This happens to me all the time. Sometimes I'll come across someone who's like, yeah, Sachi, I'd love to share. Doesn't matter whether it's part of your role or not. If somebody's actually got a level of AI literacy that then they can support you on and you can partner with them on the side, I would strongly encourage you to do that. I think it starts with collaboration and conversation, getting your teams in a room, asking them, what do they need in order to do their jobs better, right? What do they need how can the organization, what AI policies do they want in order to do their jobs better? So I can guarantee you, because that's what we did, once you get into a room, you get that two-way feedback, you'll actually have a mini playbook, I'm guessing, on where to start. But I hope that answered your question.
It does. Practical things we can all do in our jobs as HR leaders.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that.
Of course, my pleasure.
The second question I have here on the screen is, and I'll read exactly what the person wrote. This question comes from Chichi Ugelu. So Chichi wrote, for organizations that want to leverage AI but don't know where to start, what's the most effective entry point?
Yeah. The most effective entry point, I've done this twice, both at HRPA and the company I was at. I think you start with basic literacy around prompting, functional specific prompting. I think to me, that's kind of table stakes. I mean, AI has so many tentacles now, and you can get into custom agents and agentic agents, and you can build agents to do marketing and all sorts of functions. But I think where I would start is I don't know if you guys have Copilot, the enterprise version. That's the last two companies I was at. That was the first thing we did, is we actually implemented Copilot, or ChatGPT has an enterprise version too. And I think you have to kind of get that in your ecosystem, make sure you understand the guardrails, and allow people to start playing, but also focus on functional, just prompting some fundamentals. I hate to say this, but you can ChatGPT that too quite easily, and just get people getting comfortable and playing around, and start with baby steps. So if I'm, manufacturing, for example, one of my clients in manufacturing, very low tech and digital literacy, start with some foundational fundamentals. And then as you start to have those conversations, you can start to sort of build on that. But I'd say prompting, so that people know how to prompt, right? So that because there's so much hallucination if you don't actually ask the questions properly, and helping them understand the guardrails on, well, you shouldn't really be doing a full report on ChatGPT. You're still accountable for using your judgment. And so just getting some fundamentals in place.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for Sachi, please, everyone. We appreciate the time and the nuggets of knowledge that you shared with us this morning, and helping us see that we have no need to fear AI. AI is like the weather. Winter is coming. It's going to come and go.
I know, yeah.
So
yeah, you bet.
Just like years of computer, laptop. It's okay. It's a laptop, it's a computer right now. So AI will come upon part of what we do. And then thank you very much for that.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. And I'll stick around as long as I can. So I'll let you take it away. I'm looking forward to taking in whatever I can.
Exactly. I appreciate that. If more question comes in, thank you for sticking around. We will call you back to respond to it. So everyone, please give shout out in the chat and in your reaction, applause with a virtual applause to say thank you to Sachi. Thank you very much, Sachi. Thank you. All right. So with that now, Sachi has laid the foundation and giving us a very robust way of looking at AI, future-ready workforces, building that, what we need to do as HR to build that. Now, let's now dig deeper into how we can focus on skills. I remember one of the things Sachi talked about was, moving from job structure to the job more to skill-based. So how do we now expand on that and talk about skills, strategy, and ethics as we introduce AI in our organizations? To do that, it's going to be a panel discussion. And on your screen, you see our panelists. And I will just let you know very briefly who they are, as you see on the screen. And I encourage everyone to read their profile in your brochure, the one that was sent to you. The first person is Isioma Koka. She's CPHR and FCIPD and Director of HR Saxtel. You see a profile on page 27. And on your screen is Marilyn Maduka, MCIPM PMP, Sustainability Director of Africa Africa in View in Bev. I apologize for that. And her profile is on page 33 of your brochure. And Faisal Imtiaz Khan, this is the second time we are bringing Faisal back. Faisal is a known household name. So thank you for coming back, Faisal. And he's FCIPD and the Chief Consulting Officer of Excel to Exceed Consulting. You can see his profile on page 30. And the person moderating is our own Olashumobi Shofowora, which is the lead strategist of Core Sense. So, Ola Shubomi, I hand over the mic to you to coordinate this discussion, and we invite all our panelists to turn on their videos and let's hear from you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me? Thanks, Jacob. Amazing work you've been doing so far. Okay, so I'll get right to it. Once again, I'm Olashubomi Shofowora, and I'll be doing the honors of moderating this interesting session, by the way. But there are a few things that I've been asked to do, which I will do before we get right to it. So this panel conversation is basically talking about building future-ready workforces in the age of AI. So we'll be delving into skills, strategy, and ethics. But before that, I'm going to kind of just link this to the keynote that was beautifully delivered earlier. And basically, and thank you for that very, very insightful keynote, Sachi. It was beautiful to just hear you speak and how you were able to just connect AI to these three crucial themes of shaping the future of the workforce today. And some of the takeout from that basically is that, also understanding that AI is not just the technology shift, but a people shift. And organizations that thrive won't simply adopt tools, they would reimagine roles, workflows, and how humans and AI collaborate. So it's more like a collaboration. AI has come to stay, and how do we adapt to AI rather than see it as a separate entity, because humans all drive that change anyways. One thing that you said that was very profound was the fact that it's not a replacement, which is AI as a colleague, and that got me thinking. You talking about augment and not automating, talking about the heart of HR, being unautomable, and constantly people, have to pivot and do the work, and definitely just adapt to ensure that happens. So with that foundation that you've laid down, we're now going to move from the theory to the practice, and so today's panel will explore the future-ready workforce through these three key lenses. Skills, so we'll be talking about what capabilities do people need to thrive in AI-enabled workplace. We'll be talking about strategy, how should organizations plan, structure, and lead transformation. We'll also be looking at the ethical part of it, how do we embed responsibility and humanity into how AI is used. And we wouldn't just be talking about what AI is, because we all know what that is, and we're here to explore how to practically implement it. An interesting quote that I came across was, it's not the strongest of the species that survive, but not the most intelligent, but the ones most responsive to change. And this is a quote by Charles Darwin. We know him as the father of biology, So to begin, we have this amazing crux of professionals here with us. They will help us unpack these insights. And these are people with amazing experience, and I'll be introducing them one by one, and then we'll, then delve into the questions. So we have here Isioma, who's the Director of Human Resources, SaskTel. And she's had like an amazing experience. I know it's in the brochure, but amazing experience across the FMCG sector, oil and gas, telecommunications. And one thing that Isioma is known for is she's known for analytical leadership, strategic thinking, and continuous improvement. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you. Welcome here, Isioma.
Thank you.
Amazing. And so the second person we have on this panel conversation is Faisal Imtiaz. Did I get that right? Amazing. So he's is the Chief Consulting Officer, Excel to Exceed Consulting. And Faisal is a transformational strategist and thought leader with extensive experience across global brands. So he's worked with Lafarge, Halcyon, he's worked with Reckitt, he's worked with Axiata. He's done quite a bit. He's a certified executive and life coach. He's a certified global career counselor, and he's on the Harvard Business Review Advisory Council as well. So, experience. Welcome on board, Faisal. Thanks for being here. And last but not the least, we have Marilyn Maduka. I love sustainability, and it's something that I'm very passionate about. She's the Sustainability Director of Africa App InBev. She's a business leader in sustainability, management consulting, and human resource. She's worked across different sectors across Africa. She's also worked with KPMG, she's worked with MTN, Unilever, and she serves in several boards. She founded the Daisy Girl Foundation and has been recognized as the top 100 career woman and HR leader of this year. So welcome on board, Marilyn. Great to have you here. And looking forward to the great conversations we'll have. Okay, so let's get right to it. So my first question would be, it's more centered around building a future-ready workforce, because we need to begin to think about the future, right? And everyone is going to answer this question, but in different angles. So my question would be, what is the most critical, non-negotiable element for building a future-ready workforce? And so I would start with Isioma, who will be taking that from the point of skills and capability. Okay. Over to you.
Thank you, Shubhami. Good morning, everyone. So I think that the irony with AI, this whole transformation thing, is actually really driven the need for human-centric skills. So data is a critical foundation that everybody is going to need go forward in this world today, regardless of what part of the business you operate in, whether it's in HR or whether, like, everybody needs data literacy as a benchmark skill. But most importantly, what everyone now needs are actually more human-centric skills. And the reason why this is heightened is because a lot of the tasks that used to make up the components of a job are the things that are going to be replaced by AI. So a lot of the heavy lifting, I like to say, that HR used to take on now actually needs to be transferred into the business. So we need to see people with increased emotional intelligence. We need people who can actually listen and understand when is this person actually lying and, you know, trying to get off coming from work, or when is there actually something there that I need to probe further to see whether there's an intervention that needs to be made in the workplace. That responsibility has typically fallen on HR. The manager calls and tells you, I have a problematic employee. You're the one who does the whole analysis. But managers need to now be, managers and people in the workforce now need to be able to have those emotional intelligence skills as they navigate through the workforce. Everyone is now critical. Like before, you used to have some people who, yes, they love learning. You know, when you're interviewing them, they're like, oh, what makes me different is I like to learn new things. And some people are like, no, you know, I'm a creature of habit. It's now critical for everyone to have learning agility. Everybody needs to be adaptable. Everyone needs to, you know, have that learning agility. When we were working in Shell, we used to have these like resilience workshops, you know, but they were optional. Like these are things now that are critical for people to actually succeed in the workplace. Because the truth is, every change that has come faster than the last change that we've introduced. So right now we're talking about AI. We don't know what's coming in the next, you know, 3 to 4 years and how quickly that needs to be embedded into the organization. So really adaptability and learning agility from a skills perspective is also critical. Critical thinking and complex problem solving is also very important. There are people who tend to be, you know, creatures of habit. It has to go step 1, step 2, step 3. We really need to drive what I call, and it's not necessarily me that calls it, one of my managers in Shell, we had a workshop and she said it was called turtle leadership. And the people who succeed the most are the people who are able to go slow to go fast. So they take a step back, they look at the bigger picture, they actually say, okay, what exactly am I trying to solve for? And those are the people and those are the skills that we will need to be successful today. And I like to give personal examples because even at work, right? I work for SaskTel, we're a telecommunications and technology company in Saskatchewan, and we're rolling out AI, you know, across the company. We're unionized. Unifor is our union. If you know unions, Unifor is one of the biggest unions in Canada. But we need to roll out technology. And so they're like, oh, you know, we've developed our AI policy, we've developed our AI strategy, we want to put it, you know, on our company website. And I'm like, no, stop. What is the intent behind publishing that on the website? Is the intent for education purposes? Is the website the best place for you to actually put it on for education? Are there means through which we can actually educate people? And so it's really thinking about, you know, I tell people, like, so I'm in labor relations, so my team is always inundated with calls from managers. And I'm always asking, what is the problem that you're trying to solve? Even from the business when they want to, they're like, oh, Isioma, we have this thing we want to do. We don't know if we're going to be in violation of the collective agreement. I'm like, what is the problem first before telling me the action you've already thought about that you want to solve? Because the way you may want to do it may not be the right way. But if you actually say what the problem is, then we can think about a solution. And that's the way, like, we need to change our approach in general, go forward in this new era. And then empathy-driven leadership is key. You have to be able to meet people where they are. This is something that has always, you know, been kind of in the background of like leadership conferences and leadership things. It's like, oh, empathy, but it's actually more critical now, especially now as we're, you know, leading people through the evolution of change. We have different generations in the workforce. We have different people at different places in the workforce. You can get frustrated if you have, you know, someone from a baby boomer generation struggling with the change compared to the Gen X or the Gen Z who you just got into your organization yesterday. You need to be able to lead people differently through the different changes that they are. And you have to keep building those skills because, again, people think, oh, like leadership is only when I actually have people reporting to me. And it's like, no, leadership is actually even you as an individual contributor. I think most of the leading that I actually did before I started leading teams was me trying to actually influence when I didn't have authority. And that's actually where you learn most of your leadership skills. And empathy will help you, will get you a lot further, especially in this climate change and go forward if you actually build those skills as well. And then I think the most important, the most critical are the last two, which is, you know, collaboration and relationship building and ethical and human judgment. Right now, I tell people all the time, like even when I was interviewing for my current role, they said, "What's your superpower?" I said, "I can work with anybody," and I actually can. There's nobody that I hate. There's nobody that I don't care for because I focus on what the work is. I don't care about how you make me feel. I don't care about what my personal opinion is of you. I drop that at the door and I focus on that. And doing that and having that approach has helped my team and in my organization to move so far because they're like, oh, Isioma, that person, they're horrible. They're always trying to look out for you. They want to pull you down. I'm like, that's fine. I need to work with them. I don't focus on that. And that's going to be even more critical as we move through these AI skills because going through change is you literally rolling your hands up and focusing on the end goal. So what is it that I need to do? Who is it that I need to work with? How do I build those relationships? And how do I turn people, you know, to me? And then obviously the ethics, I know that, you know, Faisal and Marilyn will speak about that in more, but it's very important for us to have that at the background for our conscience. So that's it for me.
Amazing. Thanks, Isioma, for like just, you know, in the short space, just putting everything all together, you know, and it's really interesting that you've, you know, talked about the human-centric skills that are needed now. Which is very important. AI has come to stay. We're not machines, we're human beings, and, you know, kind of weaving empathy into our daily dealings as managers is very important in ensuring that, you know, an organization is running seamlessly and the workforce is actually not just delivering, but also feeling fulfilled themselves. You know, you talked about, you know, key skills that we need to get now, which, you know, has to do with emotion. These are soft skills that people have to actually really build themselves in. EI, you know, emotional intelligence, learning agility and adaptability, and, you know, critical thinking, which a machine cannot do all of that for you. Fine, you can get responses, you can do prompts and all of that, but these are things that we as managers have to like just imbibe to ensure that, you know, there's we have a workforce that is, you know, efficient in their deliveries. So thank you so much for that. I'll move very quickly to Faisal Imtiaz, and he's going to be like kind of weaving this topic from a strategy focus. From an organizational strategy point of view, you know, what are the most critical non-negotiable elements for building a future-ready workforce? Over to you, Faisal. Thank you.
Thank you. So before that, it's not about before the question you asked. It's not about Nigerian kind of. It's all about anywhere you go. So AI is universal. Okay, so it's absolutely. I agree that this is a Nigerian firm, which is fine. As we are speaking from a global perspective, so let's go global, and I'm sure Nigeria is doing great. On that note, so it was very nice hearing Isioma. That's great speech, and I've learned something from there also. I'll pick some of her things while I speak on my ones. So from the strategy perspective, because I had some opportunities in doing real time, you know, this transformation part of it in a digital and then telecommunication sector. So I've seen this, how it moves. I work myself as, you know, chief human resource officer in some of the companies. So, and then I've seen these things from that perspective, from a practical perspective, how in modern AI, we see it from a strategic lens. I will talk about three core things. As you said, your very tagline says non-negotiable techniques. You know, so it should be non-negotiable. So we cannot avoid these three. Then you do whatever you do. You know, so these threes, because I'm sure who all are listening to these kind of you know, conversation which we are doing, this panel, people sometimes just overheard. I don't know if they're very attentive. They want to take, some of the people, I'm sure they're very attentive. They want to take something out of this very discussion which we are doing. All these experts are here. So on that note, I would be asking them who are really listening and then really want to take something out of it. These three are the definitely non-negotiable. I'm sure Isioma and then Merlin will be agreeing to it also while they speak on their things. The first one goes with is embedding continuous learning and digital fluency as core capabilities. This is a must for any organization. While you are moving, this is the first strategy you should be. I think Shruti also was focusing while he is speech. It also says that if you do not help your people to literate first on this, technology perspective, they are unable to enable, they are unable to embrace whatever you are, implementing. Whether it's on AI side, there are many other modern techs, starting from IoTs, from blockchains, from many. I can talk on many. But whatever you are actually implementing, if people are not literally educated on these very basic platforms, needs and wants, then they will not be embracing the thing. So the first thing goes with embedding continuous learning and digital fluency as a core capability. We as an HR need to build that. And there are many ways of building that. I will not focus in detail on those. You just explore these things, throw this in this modern tech. You will find there are many institutions, universities, other technical institutions are offering these things. How you can measure the literacy level of your people in terms of the modern tech is concerned. It is first. You have to do it. It's non-negotiable. If you don't do it, all the transformation, whatever you do, will not be involved. The second thing is going with redefining workforce architecture around human AI collaboration. Human AI collaboration is an buzzword kind of thing in modern days. In a human AI collaboration, we all talk about it. And then what is all about? You cannot do a human AI collaboration until and unless your organization strategies are fixed. How the organization strategies will be fixed? Through your very basic organogram. Your organogram is not right to take on the, whatever the actions you are going to take. You are still with the organogram which was made 10 years ago. Some of your predecessors has done it, and you are not absolutely afford to change it. Because you see, in this modern kind of thing, think about a very basic role in modern days, HR analytics officer. Very common role in modern days, maybe for last 2-3 years. Still, there are many organizations. I can even still challenge here in the forum to everyone. How many of us in our organization do have a HR analytic officer? Maybe, I don't know. So the point I'm making, that if you do not redefine your structure, you will not be able to embrace the changes you want to make in your organizations. You will be unable to make that. So let's do it. First the literacy part of it, then you change, you make your organization first. The way you want to embrace AI, any other modern tech you talk about. The third one goes with embedding ethical AI. I will not touch upon more on it because I'm sure Merlin is going to touch more on that one. But again, that's a non-negotiable technique of strategies where embedding ethical AI and trust as the foundation of culture. We heard about the term called guardrails kind of thing. So what level of ethics you are going to place and where you should be drawing a line? At what level you, excuse me, enable AI to do that and what level you don't. Just an example. Most of the companies in modern days, we do have our, employee monitoring devices or architectures or instruments or, ways of how the employees are doing during their work hours, even off work hours, going out of the office, how they are doing, where they're going. There are monitoring tools, and for different reasons we do that. But in Canada, you just cannot do without intimating it to your people. You should be intimating it first, because you should be allowing me knowing this, that yes, your movement, your activities will be monitored. Yes, definitely for the corporate reason, definitely for the professional reason, not for my personal things. And this should be intimated to me. So if you are using AI tool for my, all these things, I should be intimated. So that's where the ethics comes into play. At what level? We have organizational ethics, we have ethics from the personal front. I as an individual, I as an employee, I have ethics. At what level I use AI in terms of my workspace is concerned. Similar with the organization do have too. So this ethical AI embedding is another third, I should be telling, this non-negotiable technique. So if you talk about this implementation of three things goes. First one comes with literacy, which is a must. Otherwise, all transformation fails for sure. The second one comes with the organogram part of it. It should be aligned with the modern tech thought. You just cannot go with the organization which you made 10 years ago. And the third one goes with the ethical AI part of it. So I think I stop here. So these are my three takeaway. I hope people has also understood it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rizal, for putting that together. And these are just great points that you've highlighted. Continuous learning, which links back to some of the things that you had also spoken about earlier, and just kind of coupling that with modern digital capabilities. We can't rule that out. So we need to keep learning. We need to be, we need to keep upskilling as well. You also talked about how you see, human AI collaboration and empathy and ethics, in shaping the workforce design as well. And of course, building trust as a foundation for organizational culture. So thanks for sharing those strategies with us. And it's a belief that these are the lenses through which all innovation and transformation must be guided in every organization. And the whole idea of this is to see how organizations can put this together to ensure that principles are put in place for action. So very quickly, I'll move to Marilyn Matka, and she'll be speaking from the ethics and responsibility angle on the most critical and non-negotiable elements for building a future-ready workforce. So yeah, over to you, Marilyn.
So much. Hi, Shibumi. Hi, everyone. Just to check in that you can all hear me.
Yeah.
Great. So I think Faisal and Isioma have done a great layering from my perspective. Because I know that when we speak, we all speak from different worldviews. I wanted to take 20 seconds to share my worldview, and that's the lens from which I'm going to speak in. So I have my conspiracy theory on the right principles for any business to be founded. And the purpose of business for me should be to positively contribute to the enrichment of human and planetary existence, period. Now, this is whether you are providing a service or providing a product, that's just my baseline. And then when you are a business that's to hire employees, your impact is extended because now you're able to give an opportunity for the acceleration of human potential. And when you do this the right way, profits is just the reciprocal outcome. I know, and I say that up front because I know in today's world, our businesses are created profit first. And I think that's already where we get it wrong because then we start to compromise and negotiate on what is right. So when we bring in the AI conversation, for me, the ultimate non-negotiable from an ethical lens is that AI should be able to preserve the human, and especially because we're talking to HR practitioners, you must preserve the human in human resources. AI must not compromise on human dignity. And so being able to embed that into every decision making is the most fundamental aspect for me when you look at AI. So if you have this great AI that enhances efficiency, but it erodes dignity, trust, like Faisal said, fairness, then we've not transformed. We've just merely automated the harm that we're doing or accelerated the differences that it emphasizes. So if we look from that lens at ethics, I think maybe a couple of thoughts around that. One, it's not about avoiding biases. It's about designing for inclusion. So upfront, even the lens through which you design it is for inclusion. We look at an Amazon in 2018 where they had to stop using AI, a particular AI for recruitment, because they realized that the AI, because AI is trained based on your history, was actually fostering a bias against male versus female hires. So the ability to design for inclusion is critical. Secondly, in terms of your transparency, I heard someone earlier speak about the algorithms. It's not just the algorithms, it's that when you look at what AI gives you, there must be clarity, there must be explainability, if that's even an English word, and you must be able to justify why you have done what you did because you understand that this affects human existence. It affects careers and livelihoods. And then finally, when we look at the skills for the future, because I love the way the lens Isioma took it through, it's not just the skills in itself, but it's the access to those skills. Otherwise, AI can be a tool that actually widens the inequality gap. So in our different environments, offices, companies, what have you, as we do all these things, I think 3 thoughts. Number one, how you design it, who's building it, and what are the values you embed upfront. Secondly, how you deploy it and how you measure. HR people, we're so good at measurement. How do you measure the positive as well as the harm that your AI is doing so that you can continue to course correct? And then finally, accountability. We have to build accountability into our AI if we want to be ethical, so that when things go wrong, there's clarity around who will be held accountable. And I really like how Sachi said, even when they did their model, they put accountability at the top, whereby they said, we're all going to own this. We're all going to be accountable for it. And that means if the crap hits the fan, please pardon my French, I'm on live TV. Sorry. But if something goes wrong, we all, there's no finger pointing, we take the blame. So those are just a few thoughts, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much. Amazing insights. I love the sustainability angle that you've brought into this. Your lived experience of ensuring that, HR, basically the goal for every organization is possibly to contribute to human and planetary existence. And, linking that to the triple bottom line of sustainable development, where we talk about people, planet, prosperity, and how it all links together. None is, for there to be prosperity, the people and the planet have to, live at least suboptimal level, and organizations need to take, into cognizance the role that people and the planet play, So that's very, that was very profound. You talked about not compromising human dignity, which is very important. And, something you said that quite struck me was talking about access. So we all talk about this AI, we talk about technology, upskilling and all of that, but, it's a food for thought for every one of us to, are we actually really, widening the inequality gap by the way we design access to this and the way we deploy and measure success? Or are we actually, embracing everyone and seeing how we can come up with, solutions that, cut across different levels of understanding, different levels of, education and people within the organization based on their experiences. So thank you so much for that. That was a great one. I will now be talking about, some human interactions, and I'll go back to you, Marilyn, because it kind of links to what you had spoken about earlier. We have this whole reaction to AI, and I was talking to a colleague once and I said the education system needs to embrace AI and not see it as, something that is sin. Fine, I know that, and it begins to bother you even when, people go through school now and, AI is doing most of the assignments and things like that. But let's talk about the human reaction to AI. How do we address the very real fear of job displacement? Because that has been a conversation for a long time. And, build a culture of trust and not suspicion. How do we do that? How do we address that?
So I thank you very much. Very interesting question. I think you already did the linkage from what I said earlier. I stumbled across a piece of research. Please don't ask me what, but it said over the course of I don't know how many years, 85 million new jobs, 85 million jobs will be displaced based on the introduction of AI. And then it said 97 million will be created based on the introduction of AI. It is just that if you do like a Venn diagram and you plot it, there will be people who will be left behind and will not be part of that 97. So AI will present new frontiers of opportunity for others who would have been left out of the game. And then there would be those who would be caught napping. And so that's why I think the first thing is really, especially in organizations, is the intentionality around preparing and upskilling our workforce on the adoption, the rightful adoption of AI as a tool for accelerated efficiency. You cannot get around this. And this is where speaking, I know that you guys are Canada people. I'm speaking from South Africa, so I'm speaking from an African lens. This is where I fear Africa might be left behind. in terms of, because if you look at what the more developed countries and economies are doing and how they're advancing AI and how they're introducing it into curriculum, even for children, I think these are some of the things that we must do in the evolution of how we use AI. The second, and speaking to what you said around trust, I think is then the transparency. AI should not be a black hole or a black box, which it sometimes is. It should be defendable. It should be transparent. It should be explainable. If you sit in front of an employee whom you have used some of your back-end AI algorithms to decide to exit them, you should be clearly able to say, this is why. This is what we saw. These are the data points that we used. Even when I know several companies, and I like how Isioma drew on personal experience. I know many companies now that part of what they do is they have these great software systems which they install on your laptop, for example, and they monitor. Like every click, every A you write, everything, and they're able in the back end to give insights around predictive analytics and productivity and all of that. First things first, if you want to do that, the transparency to your employees to say, this is what we're doing. This is how we are collecting your data. This is what we're using it for. We may not like it as employees. I would even put an additional lens to it to even say, I can opt in or opt out. If you want to go that route, I think we fear this thing because there's a control mechanism to AI. Even, and maybe this is the elephant in the room, even from the powers that be, the people that create these algorithms, AI is power. And if you've ever played in data analytics, power can be intoxicating, like the stuff you can learn and know that nobody knows that you know. And so the way we use it in a way that also shares some of that power with the users, I think will be fundamental in how we build trust, fairness, and equity.
Thanks. I like the way you just put all that together. Thank you so much for that insight. Because of time, I'm going to be moving very quickly now. So to Isioma, you shared some excellent insight on how, human-centric skills, the human-centric skills that we need to thrive in this time, in this new age. So I'm curious, how can leaders in HR not only nurture these skills, but embed them into the fabric of the organization? So I'll give an example. How might we reflect them in things like performance appraisal, talent development, day-to-day management practices, so that empathy, adaptability, and ethical decision-making becomes part of the organizational DNA in relation to those, skills that you had mentioned earlier?
So I think that in general, when it comes to performance and how we manage performance, and Marilyn said it, in HR, we can be very metrics-based, we can measure everything. But even in my company, we're currently going through the same transition where it's not just about what you do, it's how you do it. And I think there are other ways to introduce the measurement that can also help. So if, as part of your performance review, if you can advocate and your company can afford it, introducing not just a performance review, but a performance review that is also hinged on 360-degree feedback, that is testing for those softer skills. So, and that 360-degree feedback coming from your direct manager, your peers, and the people below you, making sure that you're able to then measure that accountability and that, that integration of those skills into what it is that you're doing. And there are other ways that you can measure it that don't necessarily come out in a tangible way. You can measure it through engagement. Anyone who has a very strong leader who has emotional intelligence and who, is leading with empathy, we'll see in the productive output from, those employees, we'll see in how committed those employees are to work. You see from a reduction in sick time. So there are other avenues that you can measure it that aren't necessarily measuring for that specific skill. I think it's also important at this time that all organizations look at their leadership development programs. So when you have new managers in the organization, how are you training them? What do those training programs encompass? What are you actually teaching them in those trainings? Are you just lecturing at them, or are you actually giving them practical experiences that they can think through those scenarios by themselves in a safe space? Then when you have managers that have been there for a long time, how are you refreshing their learning? What are the microbites that you're giving them about those sort of things? I think a lot of the time we tend to focus on new managers, we tend to focus on people who are newly promoted, and we tend to forget that there's the majority of our leaders have actually been in that leadership position for years. And how do we keep giving them those microbites of learning and information? So I think those are some, practical things that you can do to be able to help build that culture and also to measure it when it comes to seeing how it's playing out in your organization.
Great. Thanks, Isioma. Yeah, and this just links me back to my time because I worked at flour mills for a bit, and the 360-degree feedback was something that we adopted over time, and it really helped. It helped a lot of managers sit up, and act right, even when dealing with younger colleagues. And one other thing that we did was also ensuring that the core values are embedded in a performance appraisal. So we have the core values called pilot, performance, integrity, and all of that. And there's a section in your performance appraisal that you're being graded on those core values, embedding those core values in your day-to-day activities at work. And you've said that about even managers that have been in an organization 10 years, 20 years, and you find out there's just a wide gap. And after a while they say they're redundant or something, and and all of that. So I really like that angle you've put to it, where we don't just look at the new managers that we have that seem all shiny and can speak well and come with all the razzmatazz and all of that, but also see how we can reduce that inequality and seeing how we can also create a platform for them to also improve their skills. So thank you so much for that. So Faisal, I'll be coming to you now. And my question basically is just talking about the skills first. What does a skill first talent strategy actually look like on the ground? And what is the biggest operational hurdle companies face in shifting to it?
Okay, so skill first, this is the very question we talked about skill first. So sometimes we also call it a competency first kind of thing. So we know about this very term even from earlier also. If you think about, for say, competency-based interview is a very common term we used even long ago, while this AI, all these things were not there, not in the question, but still we talked about it. So this is also a skill-based interview kind of thing. So skill-based, the way this question comes into play. So we need to look into the framework, how you frame it. If you don't frame it right, you won't get to this point of skill-based kind of the things you are looking forward to. So the way I look into the framework of it, the framework should be made in any corporate. If you talk about very basic, as I said, we talk it for, or I personally speaking from a global perspective, you go anywhere, you follow these things. It will help you in building your framework and then strategies and the way the transformation part of it also. So the first one goes with skill mapping and the intelligence part. Skill mapping means the competency mapping. If you do not know the competency mapping of the roles you do have for your organizations, it will be difficult for you even to know that what kind of people you require for your organizations. You yourself being the HR head or the management head, you do not know what's the competence you do require. I want to link it from my previous discussion where we talked about that, the literacy part of it. When you know that people are literate, trained, and learn and given, all these interventions. So these are the skills they do have. That means that skill mapping. So if you have all the jobs, you have, for say, 100 number of jobs in a company. So how those jobs skills are mapped to the job. If you do not know what skill is required for that very job, we'll be unable to even advert that job in and will not be ending up with the right person who we are looking forward to from the market. Because the competency framework is not right. So from the framework perspective, the first one is skill mapping, which we generally call in HR term competency framework. Should be having it. Whatever the era we are in, whether AI or non-AI, doesn't goes with that. It always goes with universal. Then the second one we should be talking about is skill-based hiring and mobility. Skill-based hirings, again, we are already doing it. Many of the companies are in practice with it. However, all the roles doesn't go with this one. For say, if you're talking about a very senior role, in for the roles the Isioma is and the Merlin is, not in these roles, because in these roles we generally do not conduct a skill-based kind, because those goes with experience-based interview. Those are a little bit different than this one. However, for all the roles, most of the roles, because these roles are very few in our organizations, the role which Isioma is holding or the senior people are holding are very few in our organization. Think about the majority of the people. So you should be having skill-based hiring. It should be fixed according to your competency. These are the skills you are looking forward to. And then you advert accordingly, you get the right person for the, onboarding the right people. That's you are making it. The third thing should be going with continuous learning ecosystem. Yes, while hiring a person, we try to match his or her competency to the competency mapping which we have in our organizations. Yes, we try to match it as far as possible to our maximum, but again, there are gaps. You cannot find a candidate 100% match kind of thing. It generally doesn't happen practically. However, it might, but generally it doesn't happen in that way. So there are gaps. So whenever you are hiring a person, for say you choose me that yes, I am the person who should be doing this role, and you should be knowing my competency gap with my own competency framework, and then work on those, considering it from the modern tech perspective also, where the AI's things are coming into play, or any perspective you talk about. Now you're filling up the gap. So continuous learning ecosystem helps you to build this framework. Whatever the gaps you have, you can build on those skills. The fourth thing goes with leadership and the cultural enablement. This thing, if you do not help a person to get culturally, include in the organization where you have hired him or her, then it will be difficult for him or her, whatever the skills he or she brings. If he or she is not culturally getting acquainted with the culture where he or she is being brought in, it will be difficult for him or her, whatever kind of expert he or she is, or skill he or she do have or does have, it doesn't matter. If you cannot embed the culture into the person whom we are hiring. That's why culture fit hiring is another critical element we should be focusing on while we focus on skill. So let's just to summarize so that it comes in short, we should be looking into a framework to look forward to this skill-based kind of things we are looking forward to. The first one goes with we should be skill mapping, which is called competency mapping our organization, all the roles we do have. Second, it goes with skill-based hiring. Whenever we hire, except as I said, for this some few top roles, all should be skill-based hiring. The skill we are looking forward to, not the person we are looking forward to. The skill where we find that person from the market and we hire him. Second one. The third one goes with continuous learning. None of the people whom we are hiring are 100% matched to the competency. Generally, it doesn't happen like that. So we should have a continuous learning system so that we bring the person up to the level where he can or she can perform at an optimized level. And the fourth one comes with the leadership and the cultural enablement. Wherever you have hired him or her, if you cannot include him or her in the culture of the system, then whatever the skills he or she brings, it will not be of course to be implemented in the organizations because it doesn't go with the culture. Either his culture with this organization or her, or the culture with him or her. So these are the four things we should be focusing on while you're making a framework of making a skill-based kind of thing.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Faisal, for putting that framework together. It just something just dropped in my mind while you were speaking. So in putting skills first and marking the skills and hiring based on skill, where does that culture also come in? I hear you that you have to kind of like just bring them on board and ensure there's culture enablement, through capacity building, and then embedding them into the culture of the organization. But what beyond the skills, because I hear people say things like, okay, you could have the skills, but if you don't have the right attitude or you don't have this and that. So while we're looking at the skills first, is there any other thing that we should be looking at beyond someone who has all the skill set to take on a particular role? And where does that fit into this whole framework that you've shared with us?
Definitely. So I already shared in my small sentences that culture fit kind of thing. So while I'm in skill fit, I need to be a culture fit. There are psychometric tests, there are intelligent questions, there are EQ kind of question, emotional intelligence kind of questions, which I'm sure we all, Isioma, Marlene, we all know that we embed those questions in my interview system from where I know that the person I'm hiring, he or she is not only skilled for the work where I'm hiring, and he or she is also culturally fit for them. Because cultural fit, to me, if you ask me, it even comes first, then the skill. Because as I said, even if you have whatever the skill you do have, if you are not culture, I have seen many people failing in an organization despite having, he's the top talent in the market, but he failed in your organizations because he or she is not culturally fit for your organizations. The person working for Google might not be fit for your organizations. Do not think all the Google employees are fit for the company where Isioma is working for. No, The same way, Harwan might not be fit. So organization culture is a critical element, and that's why cultural fit to me even comes first. If you talk about the interview perspective, the outsourcing, before the skills also. That's what my takeaway from whatever I have learned and for so many years.
Thank you for that. Just needed some clarity. Thank you so much. So we'll be wrapping things up very quickly now. Isioma, let me just come to you. It's been amazing hearing you speak and just talking about things from the skills perspective, because that's something that is very important as well. In this whole conversation that we've had, what would you say is your final takeaway in all of this?
I think what I want everyone to take away, kind of finally thinking from the skills perspective, I think Faisal already alluded to it, is that culture is just as important as skill sets. And I think it kind of went to my first answer where I said data literacy is a foundation. Everyone at this point in time cannot say, I don't understand how to read data. Like, that's a non-negotiable for everyone at this point in time. There's so many free courses that you can go out and use to learn, to upskill yourself. And it's not about being adept at Excel. I think we also need to understand that data literacy doesn't mean I'm an Excel guru. Two different things. Data literacy is that I can look at data and I can come up with insights. Whether that data is in Excel, whether it's in Power BI, whether it's in whatever my HR software system is, it is a non-negotiable at this point in time for you to be able to analyze data. That is a skill that we all need going forward. Secondly, it's to work on your human-centric skills. You need to make sure that you're doing the active work of building your emotional intelligence and you're, doing all the things that I talked about, but also holding that fire in your organization. Like I said, I've involved myself in a lot of things that technically don't fall under my job description, but it is because I like to say that I'm the advocate for the H in HR. We are human people first, like it's human resources. The human is there for a reason. And so it's really about telling the organization, yes, we have all these things we want to advance and accelerate from a technology perspective, but we can't leave the people behind. And so having those conversations in every room that you show up in from those skills, it is making sure you're advocating for those people-centric skills in design, in implementation, in rollouts, in how trainings are being thought of. But it's also thinking with that in mind, because and I think Marilyn said it, even with the change of, yes, a lot of jobs are going to be displaced by AI, but a lot of jobs are also going to be created by AI. And where we play a role, even for those that are in Africa and in Nigeria, is how we make sure that we're still designing with the market that we have in mind. So what works in America is not necessarily what works in Canada. What works in Canada isn't what works in the UK. What works in the UK isn't what works in Nigeria. And I've been fortunate to work in global companies and see different things. We always say global thoughts, local implementation. So what works for you, for your organization, for your country? Don't just say, oh, because Google did this, this is exactly what's going to work for us. You have to think through when you're designing your skills, your things, and you need to speak up, because those insights that we have, we are the only people in the room that have them. And if you don't speak up, the business doesn't think about it. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isioma. That was profound. Thank you so much. So you heard it, we're humans first. And so we shouldn't pull out that human element in whatever it is that we're doing. I think for me, that's the takeaway from this. AI has come to stay. There's, everything that we want to do. There's data management, but we need to be human-centric. And that's where the human comes in HR. Marilyn, I'll call you up now on stage to give your final takeaway from today's session. You've said so many amazing things, but we'd just like to have your final takeaway. Thank you.
Alrighty. I think in conclusion, let's not view AI as just a technological transformation. We are actually currently at an ethical crossroads. And when we look at how we want to use AI, we can either use it to scale opportunity, growth, and the actualization of human potential, or we can use it to scale exclusion, divisiveness, and the corrosion of human dignity. So when we now have all these tools, it's not just saying, can AI do this for us? It's more of saying, should AI be doing this? As human resource practitioners, The way I view it is we have artificial intelligence on the one hand, and we have human intelligence on the other hand. And like Sachi said at the beginning, these should work hand in hand. It's not, we shouldn't outsource our human intelligence to artificial intelligence. We should rather use it as the enabler that it can be. So three thoughts to walk away with in terms of a call to action. One, let's design AI that serves humans, not replaces them. And even when we use AI, let's use AI in a way that accelerates human potential, not minimizing it. Two, let's build AI governance, almost the way I'm married to a software engineer, and almost the way you build the code, that seriousness. Let's also put the governance into AI with that same level of seriousness. And I'm drawing from what Faisal had said, the mindset of the continuous improvement. And then finally, and probably most importantly, let's make dignity a KPI, not just productivity. And so it is okay to use AI to support your firing decision or hiring decision, but it is not okay if in the process we compromise on human dignity. So thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Marilyn. Still comes back to the human in HR, dignity, not just productivity. I like that. So yeah, Faisal, you've talked about a lot of strategy, giving us some frameworks. What are your final takeaway from today's session?
Okay, so I'll call on some statistics just to on this note that how the way we think that technology, now we're talking about AI, how it is displacing or displacement of the job kind of thing. It is replacing many of our job. I just want to say this is not true. I take some statistical part of it. Think about Google. We talked about it because we'll talk about three companies, which we all talk about. We know their names. First one, Google. In 2000, the total Google employee was only 284. And in 2024 or 25, now Google or Alphabet do have an employee of 190,000 plus. Okay, so with the technologies moving, CD number of people are. Then go with the another part of it, Amazon, very common company we talk about, isn't it? So in 2000, Amazon only had 2,500 employees in their payroll. Now they have 1.5 million plus people in their portfolio. Let's talk about Microsoft. We all do use their things every day, everywhere in this PC, still now, isn't it? Their total number of people back in 2000 was 39,000, while their existing people is 2 to 800,000. So the point I'm just wanted to make that technology is not taking away, I want to say it's once again, not taking away any job from us, either HR, neither any role, no. It's only transforming the job from one skill to other. You only have to hone up the right skills, excuse me, to have the right job. That's the only thing I want to say, that don't think that AI or technology is taking away, it is not. It's actually the way I think Merlin said. Instead of it's removing your 84% of job AI, it is creating another 94 or 6% job new. Do you have those skills to hone up those jobs? If yes, you are in. If not, it's a sorry to you and you all. So I conclude with a statement saying a future-ready workforce strategy is not about more technology. It is about strategically empowering people to thrive with technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for ending on that note. It all still comes back to people, empowering people and ensuring that technology is human-centric. I would like to thank our amazing panelists, Faisal, Isioma, and Marilyn, for just sharing with us, such practical insights on building a future-ready, human-centric workforce in the age of AI. And today we've explored not just the what of AI, but the how, from equipping people with the right skills to designing strategy and embedding ethics, empathy, and trust into organizational culture. Very important. And as we move forward, let's remember that technology alone isn't enough. It's the combination of human-centric skills, continuous learning, and ethical leadership, at a focus on people, a focus on planet, and that leads to prosperity, that will define sustainable success. And so I'd encourage everyone here to take these ideas back to your learns, experiment boldly, and foster workplaces where humans and AI can thrive all together. So thank you so much for having me. I'm yours truly, Ola, and I'll stay on to just hear what the rest of the amazing panelists and speakers have for us today. So over to you, Jacob Karimu. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Ola. Excellent job moderating that for us. And Faiza, as usual, you deliver. Marilyn, thank you very much for being there for us all the way from South Africa. Is it Joburg you are? Maybe I should come say hi to you at Joburg.
You're most welcome. And yes, I'm in Johannesburg.
Oh, Joburg, cool, excellent, thank you. And also to Isioma, thank you, every one of you. You have helped us to really deep dive into the skills part of AI, letting us know that the shift is going to be from competency-based approach to just what we do right now, right? And also the strategy of how we implement HR and the transparency or ethical part of it. I love the examples you use, Marilyn, in terms of when you use AI today to track what people are doing in their laptop, and then we don't tell them it's not ethical. We just find out that, hey, company is tracking me. Yeah, it's your laptop, it's your work, but I need to know. And Faisal, I appreciate the fact that you let us know that AI is not taking away our job. We only lose our job to AI if we are not evolving. We need to evolve ourselves. We need to take AI and befriend it and not see it as an enemy. It's not. It's a friend. We just want to collaborate with AI, and AI makes our life. In fact, I use it as my assistant. That's what I use AI for. AI, I think, help me do the admin job. That's what we do as HR. So thank you very much, every one of you, and thank you, Isioma, for helping us see the skills part of it that we need to all grow with. Thank you very much. So I don't think we have any question. I see one question here, and I saw that someone, Dr. Lana, responded to that question. Looking at it, if there's any other question here, I do not see. Oh, I see a question. It said, I don't know who's going to take this one. Is it possible to learn every skill in HR? I may learn Power BI, but I may learn Power BI, but a new analytics may be used in a different company. I can use a particular ERP, but a different company uses another type. That's a long question. But anyway, I think the long story of that question is, what skill? We've been told that it's going to be skill-based. So what skill should I focus on? Who would like to take that? I don't know if someone is still there or Faisal, someone can jump on it.
Okay, sure. I think the person who is asking for this, what's the point he's making? I think if I have understood him right, is that ERP, there are different ERPs, in terms of the knowledge transfer. But if you know the ERP, even if you're using SAP, you're using Workdays, if you're using ADP, if you're using, any other one, the philosophy goes the same. The technological platforms almost the same, but there are some UI UX part of it which is a little bit different. There are some technological different. I don't say that all are same because there are different companies. Their UI UX part, the user part of it is a little bit different. So you should be choosing some ERP, which gives a better UI UX. This is one. The second part is, if you know some ERP is good, even SAP or Workday, you will be able to work with some other ERPs too. So the skill goes with, if you're learning any ERP, enterprise resource planning system, any ERP good and strong, that helps you to, move forward with your skills.
Thank you, Faisal, for jumping on that and helping us to respond to that question. Any other thoughts, question from anyone? Going once.
I think just maybe a quick mention.
Okay.
I would say rather than focusing just on your skills, which are important, focus on your learning agility. It's a big word, but it means your ability to learn fast. Because the rate at which we're going, we're talking about AI, and we're seeing the transformation in leaps and bounds. So there's a high potential that even some of the skills you're learning with so much muscle now, by the next few years will be irrelevant. So really it's more the focus on, you cannot learn everything. Just to answer the question you asked, I don't think it's possible, but more than trying to learn everything is your ability to learn quickly, to experiment safely, and to apply the learning for impact. And that's just some additional thinking. Thanks.
Thank you, Marilyn. Exactly. That's what we all encourage you to open our minds, to learn, not overwhelm ourselves, and not to think we know it all, not to overlook anything. You see something of interest, just like Marilyn, you saw something and you read about it. I do that too. We all should do that. There's nobody who knows it all. I quote someone who said, if anybody says I know everything, that person is a fool, because person doesn't know anything at all. So nobody knows it all. So let's continue to improve our learning agility. So thank you very much, everyone. Can you please round of applause to all our panelists and to our moderator. Thank you very much for this insightful discussion that we've all had. All right, we're at 12:15 Eastern time. I don't know what time you are, where you are, but it's time to take a bio break. So we're going away now for 5 minutes. We encourage everyone to be back by in 5 minutes time, which is 12:20, the time where I am, for us to continue the program. All right, see you in 4 minutes now. Okay. I hope you are back where you are. We are back from the bio break. Thank you for hanging in there with us. It's not that easy staying in front of a laptop or your device for almost more than 2 hours, but we appreciate the fact that you are hanging in there, you're staying with us, and you are enjoying this, I believe. Thank you so much. All right, so it's time for us now to move on to the second keynote address that will be delivered by Dr. Lana Adeleye-Olusae. I hope I got your name pronounced correctly. He's an FCPHR. Now, he's a director at the CPHR Canada, and he's a veteran coach with 40 years experience across multiple industry, as you see on your screen. He's a director of HR at Manitoba Museum and a board member of the CPHR Canada and the Manitoba Art Museum. You can read his full profile on your brochure on page 26. And he'll be discussing with us, still on the main link to the main topic, he'll be discussing people strategy in a digital era, balancing innovation, inclusion, and impact. Dr. Lana, you have our attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the good work being done. I also want to thank CIPM, the Canada Executive, as well as the people in Nigeria for this opportunity to speak with you today. I also want to thank you all because it was a thing of pride for me when the issue of the MOU with CPHR Canada came up, and you made it easy for me to speak to the board. And I was so confident that I told them I would leave the room for them to take a vote so that nobody's voting because I'm in the room. And by the time I came back, the MOU was approved. So thank you very much for the work that you've been doing. I also want to appreciate your code of conduct that was read, because for me, it speaks to people understanding what they are and their personal brand. Very, very important. Because you said, even if it requires you resigning, and I'm so happy that I've seen a Nigerian do that in Winnipeg. There was an occasion, and the guy said, I cannot, based on integrity, continue to work in this organization, and he resigned. And I also want to tie it to the conference that we had earlier, when the retired McDonald's CEO spoke about having a board of directors, not McDonald's, but having a personal board of directors. So I just want to encourage each and every one of us to see ourselves as a brand. A brand, whatever you do, you are a brand, and you need to always focus on that. I would like to also show my appreciation for the president's speech, because for me, it basically covered all that we've been discussing about. I really appreciate that. And I love when he said, we deliver value through people. We deliver value through people. And for me, I would like to refer to David Ulrich's write-up. He said, the way forward is AI plus human ingenuity. You cannot succeed without the human aspect of it. And Fasa started talking about the fact, and I think Jacob also mentioned it. There was a time we were using typewriters, and we had typists, we had stenographers, we had secretaries, and then the computer came. And suddenly, what happened to some of those people? Yes, they lost their jobs, because Fasa said the jobs became transformed. So all of us now had to develop the skill of typing, using the computer ourselves, not dictating to somebody who is going to write it, then go and type it. So definitely, we have to always know that the human aspect can never be taken away. Transactional areas, administrative areas can be taken by AI, but our job, making decisions in HR, cannot be taken away. So leaning on to the president's one, if we are going to deliver value through people, We need to be seen in our organizations as trusted advisors and strong voices. And in order to do that, we have to focus on some foundational things, which I will talk about before diving into the paper itself. So on the screen right now, you have what I was given to look at the outcomes. How can we leverage innovation and digital tools to drive business impact and value? How can we ensure that as we are pursuing technological advancement, we ensure inclusion and equity and we never undermine it? And how do we measure the true success of digital HR initiatives? So we are going to look at those three as the three pillars, but I want to speak to some things first. I want to encourage each and every one of us to consider being a business manager first and an HR professional second. And this is what I mean. We need to understand the business our organizations are into. We should not hide in our HR cocoon, policies and procedures. We need to know how our organization creates value. We need to know how they make money. We need to know how they differentiate themselves from the competition in the marketplace and in the labor market also. These are things that we need to know in order for us to really be a strong voice. And I want to encourage you, don't sit in your office all day. If you work where there's production, go onto the production floor, go to the front line, get to observe people where they are, get to interact with them as persons. Ask them about what they think about the jobs they do, what are their expectations, and what are their ideas. This way, you're actually building your brand for people to trust you, and they will know that you understand very well. And external networking, never forget this. If you ever went to school with anyone, or you belong to a club with anyone that is into HR, or any organization that is competing or similar to your own organization, please hold them close, because you can learn a lot from them to understand how they are doing, and you can use the same to ask questions in your own organization. And this will help you in developing strategy that will address innovation, inclusion, and impact. My plan, I'm going to send this PDF to the CIPM Canada when I'm done, so that it can be shared with all participants. So that's why I make my notes I make my PowerPoint very detailed so you can read afterwards. So now I know we're at different levels in organizations where we belong. I want to encourage us to find a way to always share our ideas in organizations where we are. If you are at the entry level, you're just an independent contributor, the ideas that you get from this conference, there's nothing wrong in you having a discussion with it in your organization. It shows the breadth of what you are going through, and it will actually improve your brand. And what I did in the beginning here, and as many of you have experienced, when you come in, you may have to start from the bottom again. And so when you're talking, you don't talk as if you are the expert. You ask them questions as if you are seeking to be educated, but really you know what you're talking about, but you don't want to appear proud. And if you're at the middle level or managerial supervisory level, you can use the same style of asking questions. But I want to encourage you that when you present your ideas, please put costs and benefits to it, to the whole organization, and give it to your supervisor. There was a guy who taught us when I was doing MBA in Unilag years ago. He says, sell all your ideas to your direct supervisor. If they work, then you know you are smart. If they don't work, you can correct your assumptions. If your supervisor is wise, as they are lifted up by your ideas, they will pull you along and you grow with them in your career. If they are not smart and they do not recommend you to move along with them, there will be a gap between you and them, and they will not get the benefit of what you are giving to them, and you can use your ideas somewhere else. The last stage, which I know some of our discussants are, is the senior management or executive or C-suite level. At this level, my encouragement is whatever you want to present, make it very concrete. We've been talking about data and how you use it. And my style is I have verbal discussion, but I'm already working on the idea even before I talk to my direct supervisor, the CEO. because the CEO may start asking me further questions. I don't want to look dumb. So I do my research. So I just want to encourage us to consider all of this. And so let's dive into the first one about how we can leverage innovation and digital tools for business impact and value. This is very important, and it depends on where your organization is. And for many of us in Canada, our organizations are small. That means we are below 100 employees. So data gathering and analytics may not be like SaaStel, but we still need to have it. And my hope is that you're going to use your experience and what you know about the organization to get into the workforce planning. So let's look at workforce planning. We've spoken about talent now. How do we leverage it? How do we ensure that we can identify the talent that the organization needs? The way I look at what we do in HR is that we look at the corporate strategy and how can we help the organization to have the right talent to execute the strategy. So now we're talking about AI. We should be looking for people who are fluent in AI. And there was a question about if you are not into it, what do? You learn about it. So what do we do about the talent that we have? How do we determine the gaps? How do we help to ensure that the way we hire and we develop people is aligned with the business strategy? First, I was speaking to this earlier. It's very important. We can use technology a lot, AI a lot, to determine many of these things. And recently, there's this talk about ensuring that we individualize the learning of everyone. And this is something Isioma and Fasa spoke about. We all need to keep on learning. If you do not upskill, you will not become useful. And while we were at the conference during the week, I heard one of them talking about we need to run maybe AI 101 for all our employees so that they understand what it really entails, so that the fear of AI will not be in them. Like everybody has said, AI is not going to replace you, but the person that's going to replace you is somebody that uses AI very well. And I can tell you I use it a lot. When the speaker was speaking, I just went into my AI and I said, you know what? I want to develop a workshop for this and for this and for this and for this in a museum setting. The name of the museum is this and so on like that. And while the speaker was on, he started generating ideas for me. And like they've said, you need your critical thinking to continue to ask questions and see what AI can give you. Next one talks about digital collaboration. This, in any organization, we need to talk about using tools to improve the collaboration in the organization, sharing the knowledge so that there are no silos in any organization. And I want to encourage you, never even sit the ground and say, oh, it's the IT people that need to do this. No. HR, we are the people that should be part of the process. For me, because I've been into this AI thing, and in the museum, I'm basically one of the people leading the digital transformation, because the moment the AI thing was coming up, I started talking to IT companies to find out what we can do to improve our knowledge sharing, our productivity in the museum. And so when I had a little bit of idea about it, then I went to the person in charge of information technology and I started sharing. So in the process, we started the process of developing all this collaboration within. Last but not the least, which is very important, is how do we listen to our employees to ensure that we're doing the right things so that we can engage them. I'm sure many of you are familiar with post service and so on. I see HR as a service to employees and their supervisors. So once in a while, I conduct a survey and I use technology to do that, to make it easy to gather the feedback and then present the report to them. So as we're using all of this, it's really going to help us. The question I have is this: what do we think are the likely impacts and value of engaging in what we have spoken just now? Can anybody say a word or two? Anyone? What are the likely impacts? I'm sorry, I'm a facilitator, the idea of just talking throughout. Anyone? Or you can type in. What are the likely business impacts and what is the value of engaging in what we've spoken about just now?
Any takers?
I just want to try.
Okay, I see someone wrote increase awareness. Oh no, increase
buy-in.
Okay.
There's buy-in. There's
Yes,
increased awesomeness and productivity. There's a sense of belonging. There's trust. Thank you. You can keep it going because we can all look at it later on. So if you look at all of that, is any of those things negative? No. They are bringing us together as one. So this is something that we all need to just think about, that whatever we're doing, that is where we want to go. So if we engage in all of that, one, it aligns. Because when the first person, I think was Yomi, that said buy in, it means we can have an alignment of the workforce. We can have clarity about the strategy and the goals. And even when we're talking about competency-based hiring, we tie it to the strategy of the organization, where the organization wants to go to. And then we're able to link the employees very well on their skills and their competencies to the objectives and strategy of the organization. So if we engage in strategic workforce alignment, we will ensure that our organizations have the right skills, right roles, at the right time to achieve the vision and goals. If you are delivering that kind of value in an organization, your personal brand goes up. So let's go to the second one that talks about inclusion and equity in technological advancement. Marilyn was talking about that we need to think about the people. We need to recognize the bias that is in AI. That is very important. It's very important for us to know. It is true that there is bias in AI. Why? Because what was used to train the AI was already biased data. So I'll give you one example. Somebody took a picture for driver license in Manitoba some years back. A black young lady, and the camera could not recognize her. It was too dark in skin. It became an issue that was in the press because of the algorithm that was behind the driver license thing. She had to retake 2 or 3 times. So definitely it's there. But as AI people, I don't claim to be an AI expert. I don't claim to be great in data. It simply means we need to be aware that there is bias in it. And that means we need to talk to our IT people to check the basis of their data and ensure that whatever we're using is not biased. And one of the ways of doing that is the governance that we're talking about, being aware of it and challenging the data that is being used. So we need to be careful about that. And so when I talk to IT people in this respect, what they tell me is that you need to know what the algorithm is, the data that was used to train the AI. Because if you are not careful, it will just generate a bias thing for you. So it's important for us to have that discussion with them and talk about the bias that we're seeing. And in one organization they were sharing at the conference is that when they use AI to streamline applicants, all they do is, let's say, bring it down from 400 to 100. They will still use their people to look at the applications just to be sure that the bias is not too much. So it's important that we ensure that the data that is being used is not biased. But I can assure you there's hardly any data out there that is not biased. And the only way to do it is the governance of the AI in our organizations in terms of how we design it and let it include a diverse base. So I would just encourage us to try and pull a team together. And the suggestion that I received when I was thinking about this is that if you are coming up with this, you need people in different fields of data, ethicists, social scientists to come together to help your organization to ensure that what you are using is inclusive and it actually is equitable. And where do you start that? Ensure the team that you have is diverse. Because if you have a diverse team looking at the governance, then they can see things from different perspectives and be able to bring a lot to it. So, and how do you ensure this? Marilyn was talking about accessibility of digital tools. In this one, continuous learning, continuous improvement, we need to train our employees on how to use all the tools that are available so that you do not put anybody at a disadvantage in whatever they are doing. And if you realize that there are a couple of issues about your data, you can go further by segmenting it so that you can detect the inequities in it. And I'm sure that we know that when it comes to gender, women, they are not being treated well. So we need to really account for that in all that we do. Last but not the least, in that respect, literacy is very important. And I think Isioma was talking to this a lot. So we need to offer opportunities to all our employees to do well by learning about data. So I would like to have contributions in respect of what are the likely business impacts and value of ensuring inclusion and equity in technological advancement. So let's go into the chat box again. So somebody said, maybe in respect to the first one, that if you do not embrace and leverage innovation, your business may go out of the market. That is true, because you cannot just say, I'm going to sit on the past when our future is very fast. So we're having engaged, motivated workforce. We have inclusion breeds innovation, because they come with different perspectives. We have collaboration, we have improved performance, great. Yeah, so that's what we have now, so we can continue. So thank you very much for participating. So one, fairness is very important. If we ensure inclusion, we ensure the database includes a diverse base in terms of human beings, then the way we treat people will be different, because we're fair to them and people can see. And Marilyn was saying something. If you are going to lay off someone, you should be able to tell them why. So that they can see the fairness in your decision to lay them off. And definitely, when we're fair in our organization, there's going to be increased productivity, because everybody feels a sense of belonging and they will move together very well. And if you have a good reputation because you are fair, you attract more people and you can select the best talent in the market. And it will definitely reduce your turnover. Okay? And one thing I wanted to mention that I wrote down while everybody was talking about, I think the discussants mentioned the need for collaboration. And I think Sachi also mentioned it earlier. We need to collaborate in order to ensure this inclusion and equity. The collaboration has to be across the board. So we mentioned sense of belonging is there, and it's going to help us to unlock diverse talent potential in the organization, because you are developing all the employees, they feel included in the process. The third pillar that we're going to talk about is that we measure success beyond efficiency. Marilyn spoke about the fact that we shouldn't just think about profit. We should think about the planet. We should think about the people. And Sachi also spoke about the fact that trust is important. If we are able to look at trust, and we're able to build trust because everybody's engaged, and we act on what they tell us through the employee surveys, then I believe that our culture will be stronger. And if we are training people and we're upskilling them and we're helping them to move into the transformed jobs, then we have a workforce that is adaptable. And I think Isioma spoke to this when she kept on talking about the agility, the willingness to learn. It's very important. So we shouldn't measure just efficiency. How many of our people are we training to fit into the future of work? How do we ensure that they're ready for what is coming? So it means that we have to build a learning organization, and we have to continually measure this in terms of talent development in the organization. Thirdly, the employee experience has to improve, and we can check that with engagement scores. We can check that by even looking at our sick leave. How many people are burnt out and they've gone on sick leave for longer periods than 2 weeks and so on like that? And are we retaining the kind of employees we want to retain? And how diverse is our organization? And the goal in this one is to ensure that we have a trusting, resilient, and diverse workforce. Last but not the least is, at the end of the day, what we want is that using the digital and the AI, whatever we call it, is to increase the rate of innovation and new ideas. In one organization, what they did, they have an ideas spreadsheet on their SharePoint, and all employees can come up with ideas. And all the ideas will be discussed by the management team, and feedback will be given concerning what they would do with the idea. All we are talking about is that we should invest in digital, inclusive, and human-centered HR. Why? That is a strategic infrastructure that can ensure our resilience, can ensure innovation, can make us competitive over other organizations, and at the end of the day, our employees will enjoy working for us and they will be well. Now, if you look at what we've spoken about, I want to talk about what's the need for me. So what is the need for employees? They have a very good experience. Their well-being is taken care of. What's the need for the leaders and also the employees? A very good culture in the organization. And for the organization, they achieve their business objectives. So we take care of people, we take care of the planet, we take care of profit. That's all I have to say. Thank you. So I will look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lana. Could you all please give me a round of applause, please, with your virtual round of applause? Thank you very much. That was insightful. I took some notes here, and I was trying to catch up with your speed. You're not too fast, but I'm just trying to catch up anyway. So the 3 pillars, right? The first one, to leverage innovation and digital tools for business impact and values. You broke that down for us with the workforce planning, digital collaboration. The second one was pillar, ensuring inclusion and equity in technological advancement. And the third was measure success beyond efficiency, which you focus on trust and other aspects. Thank you very much for that. So
you're welcome, sir.
You brought it to light, which is on the topic of looking at people's strategy, because it's all centered about people. And I like the fact that you said that as HR, we should be business managers first. You work in an organization, don't sit in my bubble. I'm HR. Walk the walk, walk the talk. Get to know what the business is, because that's how we deliver value. And we are to reskill and upskill ourselves. And we've all talked about it. The jobs that will go away or that will be affected are jobs that did not make any effort, or to any of us who did not make any effort to evolve and get to know that how we can use AI to improve what we do. So thank you very much for that. Now, do we have any questions? So your comment in your chat area, please show your appreciation for all the effort by Dr. Lana to share his thoughts with us today. Do we have any question for Dr. Lana. Any question? I'm checking if there's any question in the chat. And if anyone wants to unmute themselves and ask a question directly, that's also fine. Any question?
Any comments?
Or comments? Yes.
Can I?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
First, I want to thank Dr. Lana for that well-delivered speech, lecture. Secondly, I think maybe why we are not having many questions, it looked like very simple. You know, when you deliver effortlessly, it looked like everybody was able to pick the necessary point, and perhaps that's why you are not having this challenge. But you'll be able to properly place the place of the woman being vis-a-vis the AI. All right. But what would be that three item or three things you will strongly advise, you know, again, as we unravel learning, expanding and analyzing this AI, the infusion of AI in our jobs and the fear of people? What would be those three things? I know you mentioned a lot of things, but those three things you think anyone that has not yet fully embraced AI might need to do immediately. All right. What would be those three things? Thank you.
Okay. As an individual or as an organization? What they need to do as an individual? As
an individual, because the place of individual in the organization obviously will be noticed there.
Yeah. I think Sachi mentioned the fact that you can go and do a research. For me, what I have done over time is that when a new thing comes up, I want to understand it. And I begin to do some research on it. AI has been with us all this while. It's not recent. Let's face it, it's not recent. It just has gone on a boom now. It's been with us all the while. Do you know when you are typing on your cell phone, does it not suggest to you words? It's AI, it's machine learning. So for me, it's for people to embrace it and say, this is one of the tools that I need to become a better professional. And in what ways can I use this tool to become a better professional? And interestingly, you can ask the same AI that question you're asking me and say, I'm an HR professional. I don't know anything about AI. In what way can AI help me to become a better HR professional? I work in the Manitoba Museum, and this is my role. Please help me. That same AI will give you the path to go. So I would say that willingness to just learn it and the openness to play with it, is very great. Just they've spoken about promptings, and I think Isioma talked about that, and Fasai also spoke about it. Just prompting it, you'll be able to understand it. We shouldn't be scared. First thing is just don't be afraid of it. Don't be afraid of it. Just embrace it, and it will help you. And AI is not perfect. I've seen some of my students here. I gave them one assignment, and I asked them to respond to the assignment and go and ask AI for response to the same assignment. And they should compare what AI gave them and what they had. And at the end of the day, some of them saw where AI was not good enough. And they suddenly saw why the human ingenuity is important. So I would just say embracing it and going out to learn about it is what's important.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lana. Let me ask you my own question too. We've talked very much about, and part of the area you talked about was the inclusion and the impact part of it. And we've talked about trust. So the question is, in the introduction of AI by an organization, we've been encouraged to be transparent. So what is the balancing or the fine line between transparency and sharing too much that either could lead to being overwhelmed, employees being overwhelmed, or things that are not really, that could lead to sharing confidentiality that is not required.
Okay. If I get you right, I think you lean towards what Marilyn was saying. Transparency is letting the people know what the AI is doing in the background. If I have installed the software and I'm checking whether you're at work, you should know. If you install a camera anywhere, they should know. You don't need to hide it. People need to know why you are doing it. But I'm sure Marilyn is also questioning, and I question, if you get to that stage, that means you don't trust your employees. Because there are also things that you can put on your laptop that will be touching your keystrokes when you are away. So transparency is letting people know why you are doing what you are doing and how you are going to be doing it, so that if they are concerned, they can voice their opinion. And that's why Marilyn was saying I should be given the option to opt in or opt out. So that's important. Transparency is there, just the way it's used. Then when it comes to the issue of being overloaded, I believe that people should be able to design what information they need, but some people want so much at a time. And the question I always say is that why don't you break what you want to do down? What is the first thing that I need to understand? What do I need to understand later? Let me give the project we are going on right now. We're trying to create an intranet, a SharePoint, and move everybody into Microsoft Teams and begin to use it basically for everything. And some people are complaining that it's too much. And we're saying it's in phases. The phase one is this. It's very simple. You are moving your files from here to here. When we have moved it and everything is working well, that's when we try the second one. People worry themselves about things. If you can break what you want to do down into bits, it may be easier to handle. Or else you just create too much pressure for yourself. So somebody asked, do I know of any specific HR platform that can learn a skill development, especially for Canada workplace?
I think it's asking where we can learn AI. I read the question, try to understand what the person is asking.
Yeah.
So.
you see, where are you going to learn AI? You know, I told you, I'm not an AI expert. But what I would tell you is this, like the example I gave while I was talking, I have a PowerPoint already on how to introduce people to AI in the museum produced by AI. What I do after that is I check the sources. So if you're talking about knowing about AI, I use ChatGPT, I use Copilot, I use DeepSeek, the Chinese one. So any of those things can actually give you a link. So AI can teach you about AI. Look at AI this way. Let me try and reconfigure my head. AI is a collection of all human information, data that has been stored in the cloud. That's what it is. So now you can go and take from it. It's like you have a library, you go and take a book from it. So if you want to know about it, you can just go. Even Gemini will give you something. It will give you an introduction to AI and you'll be able to pick it up. Sorry, these questions, the comments, I can't keep up. Let me.
Yeah, that's a question.
Just give me a more.
I know. I'm assisting to do that too. There's one other question.
Yeah. So thank you. People are already giving examples: Grok, Gemini, ChatGPT, DeepSeek. Yeah, you can get it from there.
Cool. Yeah. Good. There's a question that say most AI tools are off the shelf. What's the simplest way that your organization have checked that they aren't biased and make sure they work fairly for your specific use case?
For us, what we are trying to do, because we just want to use Copilot. So the data we put into the Copilot is what the information you put into it is what you get. Is when you go outside to the general and you pick data from anywhere, that's where you have issues. And we have not looked at the bias of the data. that's the work for our IT people to look at. I have not personally looked at the work in terms of the bias of data, but we have decided we are not doing the generic one. We're just staying within the co-pilot. We use our own information so that there's no bias because we have our own data that we want to use. It's when you are using data outside your organization that becomes a problem. Yeah, and somebody said you can always build your own agentic AI. That's what that's the next phase now. What we are talking about right now is generative AI, but actually the agentic AI is already on. So in that one, thank you for bringing that up. You can use it in your organization. You feed it all the information, and it will be the one to be responding. So, for example, you can feed it with your collective agreement, your policies and procedures. So when anybody is asking questions, it will be drawing from that. It will not be drawing from the general one out there in the cloud. Jacob helped me about the other ones. Yes.
Oh, I think that's all. Just other ones were just comments. That you've in the last question, just comment confirming what you've said. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please, everyone, let's give Dr. Lana another round of applause where you are.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc. This is very insightful. This is encouraging, upbuilding, and a lot of information for us to go with. I can say that maybe you're all going to become AI experts. I'm just joking, we're not AI experts, but we've known enough now about AI.
We'll be able to use it to get better, whatever we do.
Yes,
take our time back.
I agree. We leave this this conference today. We go with a different mindset of what AI is, and we are equipped with what we need to do and how to transform ourselves to make AI better, make us better people, better HR practitioners rather than being fearful of it. Thank you very much, Dr. Ladan.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So maybe still hang around if you can, in case questions come up again, we can just call on to you. All right, now let's dig right into it. Now we're going to move to the panel discussion to do a deep dive into the keynote address by Dr. Lana, and we'll be looking at the practical implementation and challenges of the topic that was just discussed earlier on, which is the people strategy in a digital era. So to have that conversation with us, we have a panel on you see their names, the faces on the screen. We have Dr. Fumi Iola, PMP, CEO, Trending, BNPM Consulting. And she is, you can read her bio on page 28. And we have for Dr. Dale, is it Akor or Achor? I want to make sure I pronounce it. Achor. Thank you, sir. Achor is CISSP and CISM. He is the Global Security Advisor of Equifax. At least I'm sure that my credit data is safe having you on this call, so I don't have to listen to content. And we have Bosun Bankole, GPHR, Specialized HR Manager for TD Bank, and they will be discussing it. And the person to help us moderate is Wole Famakinwa, CPHR, MCIPM, and he is the Senior Project and Program Manager for Banff Center for Art and Creativity. I've been to Banff. Banff was lovely. I love all the mountains. I was in awe. So thank you very much, panelists, for being here, and our moderator. So I hand over to you, Wole. We cannot hear you, Wole. I think we have some technical difficulty there with your audio. Still not hearing you. It's not your fault. It's technology. I think AI is trying to creep in on you here now. Say, hey, let me take his voice away. Let me take Wole's voice away. We are still human.
Is it better now?
I told you. You see, humans are always humans. We can hear you clearly now.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you, Dr. Lana, for setting that beautiful background. I welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us as I moderate this second part. I have three of the panelists. I know they've been introduced, but I'll introduce them as we dive into this. But together we focus on the practical ways to build people-first systems and balance automation with compassion. Again, even we human, we don't have enough compassion, not to talk of technology. And to ensure that every digital step serves the real people, and in a nutshell, keeping the human in human resources. And that is the reason why it is called human resources, and among other things. So this afternoon, maybe this morning or this evening, wherever you are, we are honored to welcome Dr. Fumilola Iyola, CEO Trending B and PM Consulting, governance advisor and project management leader, with a focus on governance, stakeholder engagement, resilience, and inclusive leadership. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Iyola. And second, I would like to welcome Dr. Adeleye-Olusae. I hope I pronounced that right. A global security advisor with over 2 decades designing and governing enterprise security across global multi-cloud. Each time I hear about cloud, different things comes to our mind. At the start of my career, when I hear about cloud, I used to think about the sky, but now I know better. And last but not the least, please join me in welcoming Bosun Bankole, a specialized HR manager with over 15 years transforming talent management using technology and agile methods. So we have a combination of experts on this panel, so let us dive into this. But before I go into my panelists, just to kind of summarize the message of Dr. Lana. I know there's so much in that message to unpack, and I know, that could be a whole semester lecture, maybe in an MBA class, but I will try my best to do that within 2-3 minutes. So the keynote tackle a critical question: how do we harness technology without losing the human in human resources? So as AI, automation, and data analytics reshape the workplace, the challenging isn't adopting new tools, it is ensuring that those tools serve people, not replace them. And I know we have different opinions about that. We'll go into that shortly. So we'll talk about the what of innovation. So this lens will focus on the technologies transforming HR from predictive analytics to AI-driven recruitment. But innovation isn't just about shiny tools. I know we've talked about that. No matter how beautiful the innovation is, you still need people to make use of it. You can buy a Bugatti or a Ferrari, and if you don't know how to drive it, it's as useless as wasting your money. So we'll be talking about this as we are building a system that enhance human decision making, or ones that obscure it. So we also talk about the who of inclusion. Technology can either widen or close the equity gaps. And I know we talked about a lot about the bias. Sometimes even the data itself could be biased from the source. So you can expect that the outcome of that data analytics will also be biased as well. So this lens we ask who benefits from our digital transformation. Inclusive HR tech must reflect diverse identities, avoid bias, and ensure accessibility. So the keynote reminds us that inclusion isn't a checkbox, right? It's a design principle. And if our system don't see everyone, they fail everyone. And I would like to repeat that. If our systems don't see everyone, then those systems, they have failed everyone. And lastly, we'll talk about the what of the impact. We will examine the outcomes. So what does it mean at the end of the day? What is the real impact of our tech choices on employee experience, trust, and organizational culture? So this challenges us to measure success, not just in terms of efficiency, but in engagement, belonging, and ethical accountability. And on that note, I would like to hear the initial thoughts of our wonderful panelists. So I will start with you, Dr. Iola. Just a 1 minute, your initial thoughts about this conversation that we're about to dive into.
Well, thank you, Mr. Wale. And I'm so blessed to be part of this conference. Looking at my background from where Dr. Lana started, I'm a student of secretarial administration. I used to be an admin secretary, and the innovation part of what we are experiencing globally, actually, I walked through the path from using a typewriter to using a computer, and now we are in the era of AI. So it's my background, and I so key into what is going on around the world. So with this initiative from the HR standpoint, and from my own experience during my doctoral journey, working with the HR leaders and professionals, and looking at the strategies to enhance employee knowledge retention, I see this as an opportunity to know what is happening in the world and to tap into it so that we will not be obsolete. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction, Dr. Iyala. I will go to you next, Dr. Acho. Your initial thoughts, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. Okay, we've said a lot about AI, and how it should collaborate with the human. I think the core principle is simple. The essence of AI is to automate transactional and not to humanize the to automate transactional and humanize the transformational. By automating transactional, automate simple tasks, repetitive tasks, and not the relationship. AI has come to stay, whether we like it or not, and it's not supposed to take away our job if we use AI the way we are supposed to use it. Because we should be able to draw the line between where to use technology and where the human comes in. We should be able to draw the line in terms of, okay, what are those administrative tasks, scheduling, onboarding of paperwork, data analysis, where technology can be more efficient. That does not rule out the fact that we still need the human for onboarding experience. We need human for performance and development management. We need human for sensitive conversation. Yeah, we know AI is, of course, there are a lot of bias from the way the AI is trained, but we should also have in mind that AI should be used as a co-pilot, not as an autopilot. Yeah, a lot has been said about AI. We should, as HR, learn how to use AI to enable our jobs and our roles.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
And over to you, Bosun, your initial thoughts.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the opportunity to be here. I think we've had a great experience all morning. Initial thought for me would be that we're all stakeholders in this transformation that we're experiencing. Either we choose to be allies or not, we're stakeholders. And when we join the party, we're lending our voices to how the systems are being formed. And then if we do not, we're preventing the system from catering to a group of people. So that's, I mean, we all have a role to play, not as bench warmers, but as stakeholders in the transformation.
Yeah, beautiful. So thank you for that initial thought. We'll be going into the conversation proper, but as we go into the conversation, I will be also be chiming in to look at this from the lens of, I started my career as HR specialist, and I transitioned within. In the last 18 years, I've moved from HR to lead IT project management and also in the last couple of years focusing on implementing HR system and deploying it for organization. So that has given me an opportunity to look at it, to understand from people's side and also understand from technology side as well. And also giving someone who is also very technical. I write code sometimes in the past. So I'm able to kind of look at that lens in different ways. But I would like to go to you first, Dr. Yola. When you are modernizing a legacy HR system, and I have tons of opinion around this as well. What is the most common pitfall that derails projects, and what is your one piece of advice to avoid it? I've heard in different parlance, and they will say, technology don't fail, that it is the people that will determine it will fail or not. But again, I don't know if we all subscribe to that. So over to you, Dr. Yola. So what is your one piece of advice to avoid pitfall in derailing HR system projects?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wale. One piece of advice to avoid pitfall is, I know a lot, some of the speakers have mentioned this, but specifically Dr. Lana talked about this, that we need alignment, strategic alignment in whatever we are doing. Same with project management, same with HR management, same with people management. So intentional alignment is very crucial here. We want to ensure that our digital transformation, connection with AI, connection with automation are not just efficient as we tend to look at it, but we look at it in an ethical way, which is inclusive of human being. And human being as a factor here, because the tools will not just work on its own. We are used to using AI now, but it's not going to give us human judgment. So we have to look at that in even all the projects we are handling. Because today now, in project management world, it's not about projects that we are handling. What about people doing the work? What about people that are engaged with the projects? How are they relating? So we have to be intentional with whatever we are doing on the project, in ensuring that human factor is being taken note of. Another thing I want us to look at, I know it's just one word, but I'm just trying to, for PMI, like project management world, we work with PMI Infinity as our own AI tool. And it helps us a lot. Things we want to do, like maybe project charter, getting the race eye, getting people on board. You cannot just allow AI to do that for you alone or any tools. We are looking at how we put our people first, because if people are not trusted to handle projects, the project is not going anywhere. So intentionality is the key here. We make sure that there's alignment with people and tools. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I would like to deep dive into that analysis, because again, I hear you talk about the PMI tools, and I also use that too as well, because I'm also a member of PIM. Dr. Lana talked about using workforce planning to drive strategy, right? And I'm beginning to think that, okay, as we put people first, as we think about people, and as we deploy technology, that we enhance this approach. In your view, taking from analogy you just made now, in your view, how do you think we can better use workforce planning to drive strategy? And again, that will also, of course, connect the technology with HR again.
Thank you. It's connected, because in project management, we still connect with HR. So that's why I'm using both ways. like both terms. We first design people's strategies that are agile by architecture. You know, is not, as I've said, is not only capable of emerging technologies here that we are looking at, but they are grounded in values. We are trying to prioritize the value of the organization, the value of the project, the business impact. What are we delivering? How are we delivering this? And it's connected with dignity, transparency, and trust. So these are all embedded in ethical views or of how innovation play into co-designing solutions for diverse teams, for diverse voices, because we are representing the organization, we are representing the business. So here, what are the strategies that we can use that can help us to ensure that digital tools are being enhanced, they are being improved, but they are not replacing human judgment. We need to place human judgment, how we see things and how we want things to be done. Also, we want to make sure that our people, the employees, the project team, they have access to innovation. People have been saying upskilling, reskilling programs. We need to put that in place. Not only focusing on tools, but we need to tell them, show them how to use it, let it be more practical. They must have access. It has to be part of our culture. How are we responsive to this? How is being played in our lived experiences in our workplaces, especially those that have tech-driven opportunities, those that are already into leading teams. How do we make sure that employees have access to the tools we are talking about? Also, or finally, let me look at how we govern it. How do we make sure that from the executive team, the leadership team, the board, they need to move from being compliance, like, oh, this is the checklist we need to follow, this is how things should roll, but looking at how do we place people to actually measure what we are talking about. It's not about the speed now. We are talking about trust, as I've said, transparency, and belonging. Our people must belong to what tools they are going to be using. In short, innovation, from my own point of view here, is not just a tool. It's a test. We are testing. We are seeing how it fits in, how we can modify it, a test of whether our people's strategies, whatever strategies we have in place, are truly future ready, if they are ready to adopt it, if they are ready to make use of it, if they are ready to let it be part of their process. Because we have people, we have process. So for this one now, it's not about the speed, but about the purpose, the value of the business that we are handling.
Thank you for that. I mean, I like that statement around, the human judgment, and also the thoughts around innovation about testing. Right? I mean, we are trying to see how this thing will fit into our lives. So as we dive into that, Bobosun, so as we introduce more AI and automation into hiring and promotions, and I know at the initial stage, I don't know if it's the same experience we all have. I know at the initial stage, there was a push within the HR world against candidates using AI to respond to job information. And because I've been in the space of implementing some system for HR for a while, I remember being in a forum and I was talking to my HR colleagues saying, okay, but we built a solution that is using, machine learning algorithm to shortlist them in the first place. So why are we complaining that they are using the same tool to send the application to us? But as we introduce more AI, and automation into our information, so what are the most effective and practical steps to audit and mitigate unintended bias, Ms. Person?
Thank you for that question. I think it's a great follow-up from what Dr. Iola was saying earlier about AI not replacing human judgment, but how we should treat every automation decision as a high-stakes human decision. And I think that's important. It's a great joke that we think AI is not part of hiring process, especially from a candidate perspective, because I mean, if you're a candidate and you're not using AI to enhance your capability to get the job, I don't know what you're doing. But I mean, from the employer standpoint, how do we mitigate bias in the entire hiring process, especially while we're leveraging technology? And the first one is to, of course, identify every areas of risk, right? Because AI usage is now no longer just a best practice. I mean, it's now a regulation requirement that if you are using AI as an organization, you now have to indicate that you are in the hiring process, and that's Bill 149 and 190 for folks in Ontario. And I think that bill is going into practice in January. So we really need to start paying attention to what are the areas where we are exposed to risk as an organization, from the video assessments that we're doing, the resume screening, the chat-based screening, the internal mobility recommendations, even internal candidate recommendations, interview note-taking. All of those things need to be identified. And one of the reasons why we need to identify the areas of risk is so that we can set guardrails and mitigation strategies. And of course, one of the strategy is audit, right? Ensuring that we have an audit cadence for all our tools. If we've said the audit cadence is going to be biannual or annual, we should stick to that audit cadence and ensure that we're taking advice from our results, our audit reports, to make sure that we're enhancing the process and mitigating any form of bias. And simple things like, I mean, also keeping human in the loop. If your system is able to do like a Boolean search and a short list of candidates, there should be an human element. If your system, for example, identifies a candidate as unqualified, there should be human element to override that decision should they find that the candidate has some additional capabilities that could make them fit for the job. And then build accommodation into the workflows. We cannot overemphasize this. It's so important that if someone has to send you an email to tell you their level of disability, someone has not thought about that disability in building your systems, right? Every AI-powered assessment should include obvious need for alternatives, just basic language options, screen reading, or text-to-speech. These are simple things that technology can help us achieve today. And of course, monitor your tools real time. We cannot overemphasize the importance of data in all our technology processes, because that's like data is like a moment of truth. It tells us where we're wrong, and it tells us how, I mean, what we need to be doing differently. So we need to track drop-off rates, like why are certain candidate group dropping off at certain level? What are some patterns that we're seeing? Are there demographic patterns that we need to pay attention to? Are there unnecessary spikes for a group of people for a certain skill set? All of those things are important things that we need to monitor in our processes, and it helps us to structure our technology to mitigate against those risks. Finally, I mean, transparency, we cannot overemphasize transparency. Everybody has said it today. And like I said before, it's not best practice to be transparent anymore. It's now a regulatory requirement that every organization needs to abide by. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you thank you very much for that great insight. I mean, I like the part about transparency, and which will lead me to the next question for you, Bosom. I know we've talked about transparency. Transparency is good, honesty is good. But there's also a concern from certain quarter, which I think is also genuine, with if you've not developed your people to be mature enough to handle the transparency, then there could be a problem. Because I've worked in another organization where the management, they were very transparent in every step of the way of what they are doing. But the outcome was a disaster. So over the years, I'm beginning to reflect on, okay, is there something we need to do within the HR space to develop people in terms of their maturity index level to be able to handle the level of transparency that we are talking about? So how can digital tools be deployed to foster this greater inclusion, transparency, and accessibility to all employees, bearing in mind the background I painted?
That's a very interesting question, actually. And I think we have to measure our wins as an organization. First, if we're talking about transparency with technology usage, is based on one of the examples that we've shared today around if I'm applying to a role and I know that AI is screening my resume, I want to make sure that I'm positioned for that application process, that I want to know ahead and be positioned for it. That's very easy. We can easily indicate that. But when we think about transparency in other things, transparency in, I mean, a good example is, for example, in succession planning, if you feel like, oh, this person is one of the tier 1 people that's on your succession plan, should you tell them, if you're being transparent, that, oh, you're the next person for CEO and we're positioning you accordingly? And should we be thinking about their maturity index and sharing? I think that's that's not within our control. We have no control over how people react. We have no control over people's maturity. What we have control over is the risk that we expose ourselves to as an organization, and risks around bias, fairness, equity are things that we can mitigate with the use of technology. We can also train our leaders and train people in the process. For example, people managers who has interviewed an internal person, and it turns out that person is not being selected for the role. How do you provide the best feedback? We can use our tools to craft the right responses that's aligned with our values and our purpose, and that communicates in the most fair way. But it's going to be fair, plain language and no bias included. Not necessarily because we want to control that person's emotion, but we want to be able to say that we've done right by you through our processes.
Yeah, good one. I will come back to you on a follow-up question on that, because if we have time, I would like us to explore if transparency, if there's a correlation between transparency and accountability. But we'll come to that. So, Dr. Achon, from your view, all those things we're talking about, there's going to be impact one way or the other. We feel the impact more when it comes to people, right? But there's also the impact on the business, there's the impact on finance and many other areas that we can think of. So in your view, many struggle to measure the return on investments, and everything we're talking about now is sometimes it's an investment that you need to wait a period, and the generation that invested may not necessarily be the generation that is seeing the return on investment. So the question is, many struggle to measure the ROI for software initiatives like inclusion and well-being. What is one metric or indicator you have found that convincingly ties this effort to tangible business outcome? Dr. Achon.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there are a lot of valuable metrics out there. But I think one convincing one for me is regrettable turnovers. By regrettable turnovers, I mean high performer turnovers. This is a very powerful one, because when the high performers are the high flyers in the organizations, they're the ones that do most of the job. When they don't feel included, it's easy for them to leave the organization because they will always get another job. Their skills are out there, very marketable. So the focus of whatever technology we are building should be able to help the organization make more informed decisions as to why are we losing our high performers? Why are they leaving? Not just, okay, we not just focusing on the quantitative metrics alone that identify that, okay, our high performers, we have this number of people leaving, but the tool should be able to do a more qualitative analysis around why these people are leaving. And this will help the business also make more informed decisions to understand what exactly these people need and which is why they are leaving. So when the high performers don't feel included, especially from underrepresented groups, there's every likelihood that they may want to leave if the environment is toxic and not inclusive. If they don't feel any sense of belonging, they don't see any fair path to advancement of their career. There's that tendency that they may want to leave. And of course, the competitors are always there to hire them because their skill sets are marketable. And from the sense of well-being as well, high performers, they are always at the highest risk of burnout because they carry the heaviest load most of the time. They do the complex projects. So sometimes they leave not because the organization is toxic, but they leave because they are burnt out. So having a tool, an HR tool, an AI tool that will help provide better analysis as to the why, not just the number of people leaving, but knowing why they are leaving. We've be able to know, okay, we've had X number of high performers leave the organization in the last 12 months, and this is why they are leaving. It will help the business make more informed decisions.
Thank you for that, Dr. Acho. And I think I picked something from what you just said now, which took me back many years ago. I was asked to do a turnover analysis for the business, and the analysis came back with, I think about 3-point-something% turnover rate in a year. And we all celebrated that, oh, that is so significant. After all, if we use the principle of bell curve, the outliers and all that. But digging deep now, and given what you said now, the focus should be on who are those 3% that are leaving. Are they on the outlier of the low performance or the outliers of the high performance? And so in asking in the terms of the following question, so how should HR leaders approach measuring this ROI of inclusion, well-being, and other intangible elements in this digital era? I know you've touched on that, but I would like you to expatiate more, especially looking at this approach that they can use to measure it. What's your thought on that, Dr. Acho?
Okay. Yes. AI can be used, like we all know, for performance management. HR should focus on how they are using AI to evaluate people's performance, rather than surveillance anyway. Evaluate people's performance, identify the high performers, probably do surveys to understand how people feel about the workplace, even about the tool itself. Run survey, understand how people feel, analyze the data to help them make decisions as to what is actually burning people out. Sometimes it may not even be the heavy workload. It may be the toxicity in the environment. Sometimes it's important for the for HR to understand, to get feedback from the employees as to what actually burns them out. And that data would help HR make more informed decisions.
Yeah, thank you for that. Because I will come back to you, bosom. Dr. Lana talked about HR understanding the business and HR behaving like a business leader, right? If you work in the manufacturing, you need to understand how the manufacturing process is, not just about hiring people. And I resonate with that because it is when you understand the business, that is when you understand why the business need the kind of skills they need, then that is what will help you to do your talent acquisition strategy. So what's your thoughts on that, that HR should behave like a business leader?
Yeah, I think one of the key skills that separates an HR person is that business acumen, right? And it's just what you have explained, your ability to know the business. It impacts every decision that we make. And I think that's what has earned us a seat in the table as HR people. Before, we used to say we didn't have a seat. That's what has earned us a seat in the table, because we understand the business, we understand the business performance, we understand where our business is ending. If it's a global organization launching into a new environment, we understand when that is happening and how to position our talents for it. If we have a business that's operating in an industry that's going into recession, we need to understand why we cannot continue to hire and start identifying who we need to let go. It begins and falls on our understanding of the business. And even when deploying technology, which is one of the challenges we have with change, we can't just sit at the echelon of affairs and assume that, oh, we have done a scale of the business. We know why this technology is required and we're just going to launch. We need to understand the timelines of the business. Is this a good time to bring this new technology in? We need to think about overload of information. All of those things happens when we know our business. And if we don't know the business, I don't know, we can't serve who we don't know, right? And that's why we go headlong with certain leaders, because they're saying something different from what HR is saying, but we need to be on the same table, understand the financials, understand the environment that we're operating in as a business, so we can be that proper advisor versus someone who lives in the textbooks and just preaching HR policies and programs.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you for that beautiful response. Personally, I've been able to take a lot away from that and a lot to process as we go through this. I have many more follow-up questions for you, Dr. Iyiola, but I would like to summarize it, given the background of Dr. Lana's message. The intersection and interaction between people, process, and technology, right? From your lens and from innovation lens as well, how do you think this interaction should shape talent management strategy in organization?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wale. From people's lens, and based on Dr. Lana's idea, from what he explained, communication is key here, if I want to add. And we need to first look at how we modernize, how we treat people, how we connect with people as HR leaders. Do we have straight line communication, or there is a gap? Modern HR systems do not just look at digital processes. We need to reflect on values, as I've said, empower our people. Empowerment is key here. Empowering the workforce. How do we do this? We need to have conversation. In project management as well, communication is key. Do we have a space to hear them out? Do we have a space to know what is going on with the workforce and the business and the process before we introduce any tool? This helps us to build trust, as everyone has been talking about, trust across the organization. If we are saying we are bringing in innovation and we are not looking at how to connect, how to align this, as I've said earlier on, there's going to be a problem. For example, I'm a member of one non-organization, and we are modernizing HR, how we recruit people. And this is based on compliance as well, because I'm a compliance officer as well at the institution I'm working with. So looking at this digital initiative, promised efficiency, transparency, and better governance of whatever tools we are using, how we govern the people and the process. What we didn't anticipate was the death of resistance, because the people were like, why are we doing this? What is it? What is it? What do we have? What do you really have for us? Why are we changing things? Why can't we follow the status quo? We already know this is how it should be. But not from the frontline staff or from the management leader. We need to let them know these are the reasons why we are doing this. Many felt that the system may threaten their autonomy. They may not have power to do things in certain ways. They may be thinking, oh, we are going to be replaced, as people have been saying, but we know AI is not replacing anyone, but it's augmenting, is empowering, is enhancing and improving what we are doing. So trusting the change, especially since we don't know how to go about it, could be a challenge. But we just need to key into and emphasize that transformation is a project that we are working together in the HR team as an organization. Everything we are doing here is transformation. So resistance is really about technology here. We are talking about trusting the process, identifying with the process and be included. If the HR team, the employees and the leaders are not having a good conversation, communication with the team, with the workforce, is going to be a chaos. We're not going to have a space to accommodate everyone as the change continues. The initiative could be very interesting, not because we push harder, but because we have listening here to know, as Bosu said, to know where we fit in and how we help our workforce. So I would say we should not just manage change here, but we should communicate with meaning, helping people to see themselves in future they are building. This is what we have for you. This is where we are placing you. We are improving, we are enhancing the process so that you can key in. And this will turn any resistance or whatever shortfall to resilience, and they actually want to be part of the new development. I don't know if I answered the question very well.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. I mean, you touch on those three intersection. We can call them a triage if we like, because in everything as we talk about this, I tend to look at it in trying to summarize Dr. Lana's message in terms of, okay, the people, the process, and technology. And now AI is kind of layer on top of everything. But yeah, thank you very much for that. Again, there was a discussion about using governance, as the guide rail to minimize bias, right? So I want to come back to Dr. Acho on this. In terms of, can you share a time when a digital initiative faced a significant resistance, and what do you learn about managing the change and the communication?
The truth is, every new thing faced resistance at a point or the other. When robotic process automation came in, people felt it was going to take over a lot of jobs. Of course, it actually did. because it's a bit different from artificial intelligence, Gen AI, and the rest of them. So every technology that comes always face resistance. Even when AI first came in, a lot of people were so scared that it's going to take their job. I learned, I don't have the data, but I heard that some developers in Amazon automated most of their tasks. And when it was time to lay off, almost everyone in that department was laid off. So they actually create the automation that got them out of the job. So most people's fear whenever new technology comes is how does this replace my role? But in using AI and as HR, I think HR needs to give people that level of assurance and help people learn how they can partner with AI to do their job, rather than waiting for AI to replace their job. People need to learn how to use AI to do their job. People need to learn how to use technology because the technology space is very fast paced now. So people need to learn how to use technology to do their job. So every technology that is introduced, always have one resistance or the other.
Yeah. Yes, thank you for that. And I agree with you. I mean, everything, there is no adoption without resistance. We all struggle with change at the initial stage. And I remember a book I read a long time ago, Who Moved My Cheese, and how those 4 characters reacted to the change. If there are questions, if you for the audience, if you have questions, please you can leave them on the chat group. I will look up to Jacob to kind of keep us honest on that. So in terms of final reflection, well, I know we've talked about a lot of things, and there are a lot of things to unpack even as we go into this. So for you, Dr. Iola, so one sentence takeaway on adopting technology wisely.
Well, thank you so much. I told you my background as a secretarial administration, like learning how to use a typewriter. I started it, learning how to do shorthand. So one sentence takeaway on adopting technology wisely for me is to adopt technology as a tool for empowerment. We are trying to empower ourselves and not replacing myself. Looking at my background is a sentence, but I just want to quickly put a context to this. Looking at my background, then I was naive, just learning to know how to use a typewriter. But my journey from being a secretary to leading industry, to working in HR, to studying, researching HR, to project management, has informed me that adopting technology has to be for empowerment. That is what has happened in my own life. It has never replaced me. I flow with the time. So aligning every digital decision with human values and strategic purpose is key. Thank you.
Well, yeah, that's very powerful. Basu, one sentence takeaway on leading with equity.
Thank you so much. I must say very quickly, Dr. Iola, my life goal as a child was to be a typist. Thank God that dreams don't come true. Some dreams don't come true. What I like to say is that a model will always reflect the people who built it. And that's why inclusion is very, very important. there's a data that's going out there, and I think it's a couple of years ago, around 2022, that only 30% of AI workforce is female. And there's an HBR study that was conducted with OpenAI, and that found that this was between 2022 and 2024 as well, that only 27% of the total ChatGPT application downloads on smartphones were done by women. Now, think about what that means from like a machine learning standpoint, especially for systems that has to rely on prompts and has to rely on patterns to make decisions or prompt behavior. That's already telling us that some tools today lean towards certain voices, certain habits, and certain experiences. And I know a lot of us are sophisticated, but I'm still not able to get Siri to understand my accent, even when I'm at very close proximity, but my children will shout from one level to the other and Siri understands what they are saying. Now, it tells you about inclusivity with all of the systems that we're building. So if HR wants digital transformation to move us forward and not widen old gaps, we have to hardwire equity into the systems that we're building. Start with inclusive data, which we've talked about so much, build accommodations, also check on vendors, like insist on seeing vendor practices before buying all of these systems, insist on transparency with all vendor practices. So we know not just what the system can do, but how it was built, and to ensure that equity is part of the thought pattern that went into building those systems. Thank you.
Wow, thank you for that. I've gotten another nugget this today. A model will always reflect who built it. Thank you for that line. A couple of days ago, as I was doing some readings on Harvard Business Review, right, I came across a write-up by Marlette Jackson and Ariel Leonard. And they talked about your transformation cannot succeed without a talent strategy. And I found it as very insightful read. But in mentioning what matters, Dr. Acho, what is your final takeaway in mentioning what matters?
Okay, thank you. I think it's important for HR not just to focus on the technology. HR should shift their focus from the tool itself to the value that the tool is providing. So in terms of the priority, in terms of measuring what matters, HR should be able to understand what financial value, what efficiency is this tool bringing to the organization. Is it bringing cost reduction? Does it reduce cost per hire? Does it lower the cost of HR operations? Does it optimize benefit spent? How does it help in time saving? Does it reduce time to hire? Does it help, does it improve time to productivity? So these are the kind of things in terms of talent and retention rates. How does it track, like we said, the turnovers? How does it enable internal mobility rate? How does it help in bridging skill gap within the organization? And what is the impact in terms of the human? How does it, what's the adoption rate? If your AI tool is 100% rolled out and within a month you have 30% login rate, it's a failure. So what is the adoption rate of the tool? What is the user experience in using these tools? How does the time the manager is able to gain from using this tool? How is the time used? Is the manager having more one-on-one meetings with the employees? things like that. How does this affect well-being? So these are very important things to consider when looking into deploying an AI solution.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I mean, I hope we have the whole day to dimension and dissect this. And I know we're on the 1 hour clock, but there is a question I don't want to ignore, and which it's come across like a paradox, right? Based on your analogy of what happened in Amazon. Again, I know that was a caveat that, I mean, you don't know if it was true or not, but that hypothetically, let us assume it was true. So if people who automated, their job were laid off because they were doing that as a form of improvement, right? How do we balance that with the concept that AI will not take your job? Anybody wants to go for that? And I don't know if Dr. Lana is still on the call. She can jump into. I would like us to say one or two things about that.
I think I would like to share it, and it will save me the long text that I'm trying to type in the comments. Okay. It's a great question, Theresa, and I think we will be deceiving ourselves if we think that transformation is not going to impact jobs. It definitely will. I used to think people in HR advisory are untouchable because they know the laws and understand people, until Spotify built an internal AI system on HR advisory and reduced its HR workforce by over 50%. That tells you that we can't continue to practice the same way that we do, thinking that HR is a know-it-all. Everybody needs to have some technology skill set. We've made jokes about typewriter today. The reality is that we don't have them anymore. It means we have to focus on reskilling. We have to focus on multi-skilling. We all need to have those technology skill set because that's how we position ourselves for the future. And nothing says that HR is just talent and people advisory. HR is data. HR is product management, HR is technology management, and so many other things. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. Dr. Lana.
Yeah, Boso has done excellently well. Fasa said, jobs will be transformed. In transforming jobs, if you are not transformed with the job, then you are out.
Yeah.
Do you get me? So, yeah, and like she said, I can't remember one of the consulting firms. They laid off 100 HR professionals. They hired 300 additional people. So they were not laying off just HR, they were hiring people with the IT, the AI competencies to take them to the next level. So jobs will transform, some jobs will be gone, and if you don't transform, you are out. More jobs will be created.
Thank you so much for that, Teresa. I hope justice has been done to your question. So, to finally sum this up, thank you so much, the panelists, for your insightful contribution as we discuss this. So, in summing it up, to harness technology without losing the human in nature, we must purposefully innovate the tool we use, which is the what. Ensure those tools are designed and deployed for everyone, the touch, which is the who, and hold our choices accountable by measuring real human outcome and ethical impact. So together, forming a single continuous circle, that makes HR both smarter and more human. Bottom line, talent strategy is not optional during a transformation. And this is a line I picked from the Harvard Business Review that I mentioned earlier on. It is a strategic lever that reduces attrition, builds capabilities, and protects the value of the change effort. Organizations that make development part of daily operations will sustain performance now and reinvent for the future. On that note, thank you so much, Bosun. Thank you, Dr. Iola. Thank you, Dr. Acho. I wish we have the whole day to continue this conversation, but I can see Jacob is already
I am ready to bounce you like a bouncer.
to bounce us out. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you,
Jacob.
Wally.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Iola. Thank you, Bosun. Thank you, Dr. Archer, and thank you, Wally. Excellent job with it there with the conversation. I would love to go over your other points, but our time will fail me because we're already running over time. But I appreciate, I see all the accolades and the applause. Let's appreciate them more. Also in our comments, let's appreciate all the effort made by Dr. Iola, Bosun, and Dr. Archer. And Bosun, a quick one. Let me. I use TD Bank. So when they do something I don't like, now I know what to come to. I have your email address. I don't. I'm just joking. I'll not bother you. No worries. Okay. Thank you, everyone. So let me say we thank you very much. Since 10 a.m. Eastern Time, you've held on, you've stayed with us up to this point. We are not taking that for granted. We appreciate that. We hope you have really learned from this conference this afternoon. And to all our panelists and conference speakers, we appreciate. Now we're asking every one of you just to get just one more hour or 1.5 more, please. So based on that, we are asking you to go on a short bite. Get something to bite for your lunch, and then come back at 2:15 for the next syndicate session. And then we'll call it a day. So please, let's go for a short break and come back at 2:15 Eastern Time, Canada time. Well, Eastern Time. Sorry for that. All right. We'll see you by 2:15 Eastern Time. Bye. We are back. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for staying on. I hope we all had some time to take a bite. I had to quickly find something to buy so I wouldn't faint. Anyway, the good thing is that I'm still here. But it's been a long day. It's been very encouraging, upbuilding, insightful, resourceful. You can use any adjective to qualify it. We're going on with something, or we're going away today into our different areas of specialization, fully armed with what we need to do to make ourselves better HR professionals, and not to be afraid of AI in any way. Rather, we are going to be part of the transformational HR that we are humanizing with AI. Okay, so right now, we're inviting everyone. We've been listening since morning. We'll be participating too, but we're going to have more of interaction with the session we're going into right now. We call it syndicate session, and we're going to have that. There were two groups. The first one is integrating AI into talent management and succession planning. That's an interesting topic, and that will be facilitated by Kamal Adeleye, ACC. You can read his more about him. You see it on the screen. We show you his profile, but we encourage you to read it more in your brochure. And the second group is Future of HR in Canada, building resilient, inclusive, and innovative workplaces. Will be facilitated by Imole Ayo Ashogbon, and he's a CPHR. And to moderate the first group, now, which means we're going to create two groups on Zoom, and we're all invited to go into those two rooms. There'll be room A and room B. I hope the technical team is ready to go. Don't go yet, technical team. But
room 1 and room 2.
Okay, room 1 and room 2. Thank you for that. So room 1 is going to be for the group A, and that's where Kamal is going to be. And the person to moderate that is going to be our own Oluseyi Toluboluwatife. And then for group B, that will go to room 2, which is the Future of HR in Canada, facilitated by Imole Ayo, will be moderated by Iwaifo Imafidon. So right now, we are encouraging, the rooms will be activated, and we're encouraging everyone to go into the rooms and listen and participate, and then we'll come back and have a conversation at 3 o'clock Eastern time. So please join the room now. Some people want to be part of both. Well, you can switch, go back and forth into different rooms if you like. But you can only stay in one if you like. Well, I see a question. Why are you asking us to pick and choose? You know which one you like, which of the topic you want to improve yourself on. Just go into that room. Room 1, that's for integrating AI into talent management and succession planning. And room 2 is Future of HR in Canada, building resilient and inclusive and innovative workplaces. So whichever of the topic that resonates more with you, please go into that. So I still see people who have not yet joined. We encourage you, please go into those rooms. The facilitator and the moderator, or facilitators and moderators, are waiting in those rooms. So let's keep going. Yeah, I see it going down. Please select. Thank you. Thank you for going. Kamal, you are still here. You should, I can hear you.
Yeah, I am. I'm trying to get into my own room. Can somebody move me in there? Where's the button?
Oh, you should go into room 1, Kamal, and room 2,
okay.
Imole. So I think we have the option to go into the room.
Okay.
Do we know how to do that? There is a breakout room.
So there should be a sign with rooms, and then you now click enter breakout room, and then you have the option of room 1 or room 2. Then you now click that, whether you're using mobile phone or your desktop or your tablet. Thank you.
And could you please extend the duration
It's
of
just
the
that
room?
I'm not on the list to join. I can see other people are joining the rooms, but I can't find myself.
Same problem.
Yeah,
Same
I can't
problem.
seem to assign myself.
Can the technical guys just move us into those rooms
Just
if it's
move us,
possible?
please.
Okay.
If it's,
All
thank
right.
you.
Yes. Technical team, please
Just
move them to their
assign
rooms.
us into the rooms if
Yeah,
it's possible.
assign us,
Yeah.
please.
Yes, it's possible. It's
Okay.
definitely possible. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I see that your breakout rooms are set for 9 seconds. Can you please increase that timing so the breakout room does not close? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Now you can join the room. Yes.
Yeah, I see it now. Thank you.
Excellent. I will just wait here to let everyone go before I leave.
I was strangely returned back. I joined the room and I'm strangely back here.
Yeah, because the room closed. Someone set the room, so you can join again now.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay. But we can't, can I see the link to join again? No, we can't see.
Oh, yeah. So this is my room, right?
No, you are still with me in main place. You
So
are in
please,
the lobby.
yeah,
So,
please move me to room 2.
okay, let me see if I can do it from here. Let me see. Participants. I see a lot. Where are you now in Molea? I'm looking for your name.
Okay, so I'm joining room 2 now. I can see.
I see you now. I think I tried to move you to room 2.
Okay, well, Jacob, I'm here back with you. I don't know what happened.
I don't know what is going on with technology today. I don't know. Okay. Mr. Aguirre, are you the one setting this up, or is the technical team?
Yeah, it's me. I'm just trying to sort it out. I think people should have been in their various rooms.
He's saying there should be a breakout room icon. I can't see that icon.
Maybe what he needs to do is to. Okay, let's just wait for him. He's trying to sort it out. Or okay, if you go to this on your screen, if you see more, do you see more?
One, yeah, she's moved. She has moved.
Okay.
So if anybody needs help in moving, just let me know. I will move you physically.
I see Fadira Fatai, Joy, still here. Maybe they don't know that to move 2 rooms. Fadira Fatai. Okay. And I see Dr. Ayo Adeyemi is back. He's not assigned to any room. Chairman, are you there? Okay, it's gone now. Joy? Joy, can you hear me? Hello, Chima. I see Chima is not assigned. Okay, let me assign to room 1. Unmute participant.
Jacob, I'm moving you to room 2. Wi-Fi is not.
Now, room 1, I want to stay. Room 2 is already loaded with 44 people.
Okay. Because
So,
who is not there?
no, I can join. I'm just waiting to make sure there's no.
Yeah, I'll monitor that. Don't worry.
Okay, all right. I'll join room 1 now.
Room 2.
No, I want to join room 1.
Who's going to let me moderate room 2? Room 2 is Wi-Fi is not there. I don't know where he is.
He's not there. My goodness. Okay, let me go do it then. I did not know. Wow. Okay, let me go there.
Hello, Chairman. Move this number to room 2. That's why room 1. You can move me to room 1.
All right. I see people are coming and joining here now. Thank you very much. Thank you for holding and staying with us till the end. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I see that the rooms have been closed now, and we are majority. Just wait for everybody to come back, and then we will take a quick. We'll do a quick report back of the plenary session. Thank you. Great. Wow. I am blown away. I'm blown away. I'm blown away by the fact that we all endure this. If thank you. I was going in between the rooms. I saw that Adeleye did an excellent job there. Why did I forget? You said something is elasticity. Why did I forget? Old age is worrying me. Please remind me again, Adeleye. Something is elasticity. I forget it.
Resilience is not
elasticity.
Endurance. It is elasticity.
Elasticity. Yes. Thank you very much. But I was paying attention. I go in, I go there. I'm trying to monitor the two rows, but I had to keep a few things here. And Kamal, is Kamal back? I guess
yes, I'm here.
Oh, you're here. Thank you very much, too. I saw there's one line I picked. You said because I was going in between the rooms. You said when replacement succession planning is not the same as replacement. Someone is going on maternity leave. So, the succession planning. No, that's a replacement. That's not succession planning. Succession planning is what we don't know. Managing business risk through people. Thank you very much. I appreciate both of you. Please give them a round of applause for this effort, taking us through these conversations. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to call on Seyi, Toluboluwatife, and Mo Sweet to do a report back of the session of what we heard from Adeleye and Kamal. But before they do that, a big thank you to both of you again. Those were very excellent, mind-blowing presentations you both did. They were real life, they were practical, to what we need. I will ask Oliver Twist, take here, take there, take here, take there. I hope I got enough for myself. So Seyi, you want to go first?
Yeah.
Seyi? Oh, thank you.
Yes. Okay. So I'm trying to put so much that Kamal said into a few words in a few seconds. But critically, first of all, we sort of defined what succession planning was, managing talent, and is like you said, is managing business risk through people. It's just not replacement planning. Replacement planning is where you're talking about somebody going on mat leave, like you said, and that's not succession planning. But succession planning is that when you're looking into the future of the organization, who can take on the next role, who can take on this role, and then we went into details. What is a quality succession plan, right? And succession planning is like the sum total of all our talent management activities, whether we're hiring, whether we're developing performance management training, everything boils down to something, succession planning. Who will be the next person to take up, the senior roles? How do we identify our high potentials? And we went a lot into how AI can assist us, in succession planning. We talked of attrition prediction, how AI can help with attrition prediction based on the data we provide, right? We can model the turnover based on high-risk departure patterns that we have seen over time. And then how AI helps us identify succession candidates from vulnerable departments. We talked about skills mapping, how we can use AI to map skills. Because for succession planning to be effective, whoever is the next person must have the right skills and competencies, right, to step into the shoes of who. We talked about readiness, different approaches to readiness. Some have a time frame of maybe, well, we also narrowed it down in that it shouldn't be more of the time frame, maybe 24 months or 6 months, but you're looking at the readiness of the people vis-a-vis the competencies they have to step into that role within a specific time frame. Yeah, we talked about the framework. How do you implement the framework? One thing that kept on telling us was that for you to implement a succession planning, you must have a clear understanding of the culture of your organization. So I put it as understanding your cultural nuances and, you know, the business nuances within that organization. If the organization is not ready for it yet, you will not be able to succeed in implementing that. Then we looked at we looked at metrics to manage the efficiency of your succession planning. We looked at conversion ratios. We looked at coverage ratios, how many people. We looked at count. Some organizations do 3 people in the pipeline, some do more. It depends on what the organization wants. And then you look at the readiness of the people vis-a-vis the competencies and how do you bridge that gap, right? You could also use diversity ratios. And in the last one, he talked about unique names. He gave an example of where some organizations will put the same names for 3 or 4 different roles, but maybe reverse the order. You must look at the uniqueness of the names and the people they're placing in readiness for the next role. All right, I think I have done a bit of summation there.
Shay, I don't know how you use AI to copy that note. It's AI you use, because that was a lot of notes.
I was actually writing. I was
That means your hand is AI already. You already have an eye in your finger. So
actually, Jacob, this is an area that touches me as a person.
No, she did an excellent summary. Well done, she. It was an excellent summary.
Excellent job. And come out to wow, in such a short period, you downloaded all of that. Wow, there's a lot in that brain that we need to tap more in the future.
The timekeeper kept me focused.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kamal. Thank you, Sheyi. So we call on Most Sweet, if she can come on right now to give us also what a report on what Molly shared with us.
Okay, thank you, Jacob. Can you confirm that I'm audible?
Yes, you are. But let me first of all say thank you, Most Sweet, for jumping in. You were not assigned to do this, but we had an issue, an event that was not planned, and you jumped in right away. Thank you very much. That's resilience. That's agility. That's HR for you. They call us. We're there. We're not shy. Round of applause for Most Sweet, please. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Jacob. And now that Madam Boluwatife has set the pace, I hope my note is as good as our AI handwritten note. I also did an handwritten note, and the Mole started with us by saying HR does not ignite the fire. Instead, HR ensures the fire is burning. So as HR, what we need to do is to keep the fire burning when we are in the organization. He also went kind of religious by saying HR is a calling. So it goes beyond, I've always wanted to do this. I'm a people person, because we hear a lot of HR. When you say, why did you go into HR? They say, oh, I'm a people person. And I usually tell people like that wait until you start working in HR in Canada, then you would know whether you are really a people person or something else that brought you into HR. HR's mandate is moving from managing people to engineering capabilities. And what he was trying to tell us in that on that point is, we cannot just say we are about people. We need to also engineer capabilities. In the previous sections we had earlier in the day, I think one of the speakers said it would no longer be posting for job, it will be posting for skills. Skill sets, capabilities are the things we'll be putting on LinkedIn to see who have this set of skills to get them to be hired. What capabilities do we need to build to sustain the organization is the question HR should be asking. So we know now we are no longer just about managing people, but engineering capabilities. Then we now need to identify those capabilities based on where our organization is looking, based on the strategy and the direction the organization we work is going into. HR is no longer a department of people, but for organization readiness. So in all of this, he also mentioned that we need to build trust. And he delved briefly into the culture around the HR in Canada. So he has said, and like every other speaker would agree, that HR is the same everywhere across the globe. The only thing that is different is the culture and the way we go about it. So we are very used to being the police, being the one that ensure there's an infraction on the policy, but we need to go beyond just being the one to check mark people, but building trust. That is some of the thing that is missing in this in HR generally, in this area, in this global space that we are in. Diversity is built as a checklist in most organizations. And as HR that is evolving, that is being under this conference, we need to move from being that checklist kind of diversity and inclusion to being ingrained. It needs to go beyond checklisting. Inclusion, diversity needs to go beyond, oh yeah, we have 2 Black people on our team. Yes, we have 2 Asian, we have 2 African. That's just been having it as a check mark. We need to have it ingrained. Is their voice, does it count? Are they part of the strategy building? Are they part of the culture? Do we embrace their culture? We are saying we want to hire culture fit people. Yes, it's good to hire people who are culturally fit, but do we also embrace other people's culture? We want to be diverse, and you are insisting that this person must only fit into your culture. What about embracing the other culture? Then the one you were trying to recall is resilience is not endurance, it is elasticity. And like we know what an elastic band is, when you pull it, it can go back to where it came from and it can stretch. So when you say resilience, sometimes HR think, oh, it's endurance, it's softness. No, it's the ability to stretch when there is need to stretch, contrast where there is need to. Sometimes we're in the room, we're on the table, we may not need to speak. We may just need to take notes, understand the unspoken words, and then go back to the drawing board. And there are some times where our voice is what really matters. HRO bring the human element. And to conclude, it has to go beyond culture fit to culture divergent. I think I captured it. Imole, please give me a good score. Thank you.
Round of applause for you too, No Switch. You were just called upon last minute. Both of you and Shay, you had a secret you should give me. Secret to this your finger that you apply AI to it and you can copy so much note like that in a very short period of time. And again, Imole too, you knock it out of the park. I mean, a lot of things everybody has in their brain. Maybe we should start picking AI to tap what is in that brain and bring it out so we can learn it. Thank you very much, both of you. We love it, you and Kamal. Thank you for the insightful encouragement and upbuilding knowledge sharing that you've had with us here today, and for the moderators as well for being very thoughtful and diligent in the note-taking to help us do a recap. So in this system of things, there's nothing that has a beginning that does not have an end. So we are coming finally to the end of today's program. We are very grateful. We appreciate all your time for being, let me say, resilient up to this point. We have 70, we started with 99 people. Now we have 76 people left for different reasons, but those of us who stayed, it doesn't mean those who left, there's something wrong with them. Nothing. They're fine. They have reasons. But at least we remain resilient. We're elastic. Stay to the end. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you to the organizers of this. Thank you to the leadership of CIPM. I think I see Madam Chidima. She's still on there and she's cheering us on, giving us all the support, and for everyone who stayed on. Thank you, thank you, thank you. In French, we say, merci beaucoup. Nous sommes tellement, tellement reconnaissants. In Spanish, gracias, right? So thank you so much. Now, the announcement I have with me here is that we also want to thank the leadership of CIPM Canada branch for working to make this a reality. there's a lot of intense pressure and work and all the committees that worked very hard to put this together. So we are thankful for your effort. And we are encouraging everyone on the in CIPM Canada to always make effort, just like you've joined today's program. Please make effort to join the meeting that we do at every last Sunday of the month, bringing everyone together to learn new things about HR in Canada and continue our profession as HR being our calling, what we are passionate about. No, we're doing it just because we love people, definitely, but then you need to be passionate so that when people do things that you don't expect, we have that resilience to continue going and working. And we're also encouraging that we're going to have our end of year cluster meeting where all the different clusters in the different provinces are encouraged to meet in person where possible, so we can improve that camaraderie and connection, connectivity and exchange that we have together, and that closeness. That's what brings all of us together. So, well, much details will be provided on that during our next meeting as well. Now, did I forget any announcement? Mr. Aguirre, any announcement I forgot, Chairman? And if there is any, please just send me a text and I will get it done. With that said, I will pass over now the final vote of thanks to our one and only Mr. Aguirre, the Chairman of the Conference Planning Committee. So you started all this, you are going to close it. I step out, I let you finish the MC. I'll go give myself a can of Coca-Cola.
Okay, thank you very much, Jacob. You've done the bulk of my work. I must acknowledge and thank you for what you've done. A wonderful, wonderful session in terms of moderating today. And I want to say thank you. You've done the bulk of my work. I wanted to do a vote of thanks and closing remarks. So maybe I'll just kind of summarize it so we don't waste too much time. And a lot of people are tired, even though I always call things like this, there's so much that has been packed into today. And yeah, so I'll say what an extraordinary day. From when we started with the Nigerian and Canadian anthems. For me, when I hear the anthem, it's always very nostalgic. The Canadian anthem, the Nigerian anthem, to the land acknowledgement, to the various sessions we had. We've had a very, very, very fruitful day. I'm sure you will agree with me. We started by embarking on that journey of future-ready workforces. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to all those who made today possible. Standing on all the existing protocols, our president, the vice, the leadership committee of CIPM in Nigeria, to elected council members, the fellows of the institute. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to all those who made today possible. Our keynote speakers, Sachi, Kittur, and Dr. Lana, Adeleye-Olusae, they provided challenging thoughts. They challenged us, provided clear vision on how we can move forward on AI, innovation, inclusion, and impact. I want to say that the insights you gave were the foundation for our discussions. I want to thank the various panelists. We had about 6 of them. Yeah, 6 panelists and 2 moderators. We had Isioma, Marilyn, Faisal, Dr. Yola, Dr. Acho, Bosun. Our moderators, Shubomi and Wally, thank you very much. You did a very, very good job. And the mix, the various lenses from which everybody saw the different things, very, very interesting and very, very insightful. Kamal and Imole, they said you saved the best for the last. Kamal and Imole brought a different twist to it. AI in talent management, future of HR in Canada. We've gotten the feedback from the different sessions. Thank you for the various analysis you gave and the innovative ideas. To say thank you to Sheyi and Mudokwe, especially Mudokwe, who had to step in at the last minute to cover for Waifu, who had to attend to some unforeseen emergencies this evening. So thank you very much for moderating that. And Jacob, I want to thank you very much, especially Jacob is the vice chairman. He did mention that of the conference planning committee. I had to step out of that committee at some point for some personal things, and he held the fort. But of course, I must recognize the incredible efforts of the EXCO of CIPM Canada branch under the able leadership of Dr. Adeleye-Olusae, who provided direction and oversight to what we're doing, because of course, the conference planning committee cannot work in isolation. Thank you to every member of the CPC, the various, the social media team, the registration team. We saw all the nuggets being pasted. Yomi, thank you very much. Teresa, Dayo, I may not be able to mention everybody, Joy, all the members of the committee. I think that their pictures are on the brochure. And I cannot forget the HQ staff who made today possible, because just to let you know, we're using the HQ platform, the technology team and the HQ staff who made today possible, giving us the platform to use. And we are leaving today with not just notes, but with a clearer strategy on how to move forward. You know, Sachi said something, and I mean, I held on to that. She said, look, we're starting from tomorrow. She said, no, not tomorrow, from Monday, because there's no work tomorrow, at least for those who are not working tomorrow. We want to build a resilient, inclusive and innovative workspace. It's not something of one day, but it's ongoing. It's a continuous mission. And we need to take the insights and the energy from today and direct them as we move forward. Thank you very much to everyone for being here. And we look forward to seeing you next year by God's grace in our 2026 conference. Follow us on the various social handles that have been pasted and posted, where you'll get more information on our various programs. And I can hereby declare that the CIPM Canada branch annual conference 2025 is hereby closed. God bless you. Have a wonderful rest of the day and a great weekend ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
And enjoy your weekend. Many part of a weekend tomorrow. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
you.
Bye.